It was a welcome back bash yesterday in the Bronx. The captain hit another homer in a home opener, and Ben Rice greeted the short porch with a blast of his own. Add in some stellar defense from Cody Bellinger for the icing on the cake, and the Yankees made it 6 wins in their first 7 games of the season. They will look to keep it rolling tonight as the New York Yankees host the Miami Marlins on a Saturday night at Yankee Stadium. Certainly hoping you're having a great night as we welcome you to the FanDuel Yankees pregame. Bob Lorenz, Adam Ottavino, and Todd Frazier with you. Game 2 of this 3-game series. Yankees feeling really good. Rolled off that road trip right into the home opener. Win that one 8-2. As we get your Hyundai opening comment, how do they keep the good times rolling?
I think it's the same approach offensively as they had yesterday versus Yuri Perez. They got Max Meyer tonight. They need to do a good job of laying off the slider below the zone. He tries to throw it a lot for Chase. Make them come to him. And once they do that, well, make him come to them. And once they do that, impose their will on those pitches.
Well, let's talk about the starting staff here. This team has been absolutely incredible. And under 1 ERA, the strikeouts are mounting up. The batting average against is really incredible. I don't care if it's 7 or 8 games. Guess what? This is a starting group here that has been phenomenal. No Carlos Rodon. No Garrett Cole. I mean, this has been truly remarkable right now. If you're a Yankee fan, you're really excited. You can't wait to see what happens next. Weather on the mound. Hey, next up, they should be itching to get on that mound.
Yeah, Adam's going to break down Ryan Weathers coming up in just a bit. Let's take a look at the Yankees lineup that'll back him up. Comes your way courtesy of Toyota. Same lineup as the home opener yesterday. Big home runs from Judge and Rice in that one. They each had 2 hits and 3 runs batted in. Judge now with 86 first-inning homers. That is far and away the best in the majors since 2017 and tied for the 3rd most in Yankees history. And the team also had 5 stolen bases. So, Adam, to your point about making Yuri Perez miserable, Judge makes him miserable with the home run in the first. 2nd inning, they not only he was walking guys, but they were running all over on him.
When you face the Yankees, you know that the long ball is always in play, so guys tend to nibble, and as long as they don't chase, they create base runners. And now you add in the extra layer of stealing bases. It's more problems that the opponent has to solve, and honestly, it's too many. We saw Yuri Perez. He couldn't command the game very well yesterday, ends up making some mistakes. The Yankees get the early advantage.
I mean, let's talk about pressure. You put pressure on teams, they come out, and the jumps that they had yesterday were absolutely incredible. Give kudos to the staff inside the clubhouse there. They're working their butt off to know who's catching and how hard they can throw the ball. Just big advantage for the Yankees overall.
And you thought yesterday with Hicks behind the plate and now Agustin Ramirez, they're going to have opportunities again, right?
Yeah, they're being opportunistic. Exactly right. They're scouting these guys really well. They know when they have the math on their side, if you will, and they're taking advantage of that.
And they're playing with house money, basically, with the pitching staff, what they're doing now. Let's take extra chances here, and I think as a Yankee player, you love that.
We talked about Judge and Rice both hitting home runs yesterday, and I wonder, Todd, just the mindset of a team. You're down 1-0, and then right away the captain strikes at home for a 2-run shot. Is that just that collective sigh of relief or maybe a shot of adrenaline for that team?
I think a little bit of both, to be honest with you. You saw Judge come out really slow, and everybody's like, man, he's only got 3 hits. Let's pump the brakes here a little bit. This guy is absolutely phenomenal. He got a hanging slider. He absolutely crushed it to left field. And no, Ben Rice with 3 strikeouts. Don't worry, I got 2 at-bats left. Home run, double, almost had another one. Absolutely beautiful thing for the Yankees. It doesn't matter who is doing it. Somebody's stepping up.
I like the way, Adam, he talks about, by the way, letting those 3 go and thinking, I'm excited and I'm challenged by that next at-bat, not thinking about 3 strikeouts.
I mean, you talk about a pro mindset. The game's not over till it's over. It's not how you start, how you finish. All these cliches ring true with Ben Rice. He stayed engaged. He stayed locked in. Even when he hit the foul home run, he didn't get too excited about that. He stayed within himself, connected on that next one.
Well, guys, all season long here on Yes, we want to invite the viewers to show us in different ways you support the Bronx Bombers. Use the QR code on screen with the hashtag Toyota Pinstripe Pride and post pictures to social media that reflect your love for the Yankees. We might spotlight you in a future game. Pinstripe Pride is brought to you by Toyota, the official hybrid vehicles of the Yankees. Well, just getting started on the FanDuel Yankees pregame. Coming up, we're going to check in with Meredith Marakovits to get the latest news and notes from the Bronx. That is coming up next on Yes and the Gotham Sports app.
The Yankees pregame show on Yes is presented by FanDuel. Call your shot on FanDuel every day with Daily Dinger. Make a free pick for a chance at a profit boost the next day. The Yankees pregame show on Yes is brought to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. There's never been a better time to test drive that Hyundai you've always wanted. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today.
Hey Yankee fans, I'm News 12 meteorologist Mike Litella with your game day forecast. Well, first pitch is at 7:05 this evening, and after a nice Saturday, I think the game will start on a nice note. Temperature about 52. But as the night progresses, it will get a little dim. So be prepared if you're going to the game. You want to dress a little bit warmly as temperatures will fall into the 40s, and there could be some showers around by the end of the game, but I think we will get the game in. Hey, what is your moodcast? Let us know right here on News 12 The Bronx.
Mike, thank you, except for the little potential rain part. Anyway, with that in mind, let's get it out to the stadium. Meredith Marakovitz standing by with the Ford Clubhouse report. And Meredith, it is Ryan Weathers getting the ball tonight. For as good as the starting pitching has been, if he's a guy who likes to challenge himself, and I'm sure he is, you know that better than I, then he's looking forward to this start to continue this strong run of starting pitching.
Bob, you've got to love the way these starting pitchers are feeding off of each performance. I was speaking with Will Warren the other day, and he said there's just friendly competition. You don't want to be the guy that goes out there and doesn't post. And you have Ryan Weathers going tonight. Last time out, he threw 77 pitches, worked into the 5th inning. But he told me after that game in Seattle, he was just hoping to get that first out. He had some early nerves in that one, and you imagine it could be the same tonight, making his first start here in the Bronx in pinstripes. He was speaking about how much that really means to him, and we know the environment here yesterday was electric. The fans were in it from the beginning. Yesterday I had the opportunity to catch up with Ryan Weathers to ask him what he thinks it is going to be like for him tonight, stepping foot on that rubber here in the Bronx for the first time as a New York Yankee.
It's going to be really exciting. I look really forward to it. I've played here as a visitor, and the atmosphere is great, so I'm excited to pitch the first night game here.
Hey, when we spoke in Seattle after the game, you had told me the adrenaline was really going early. It took you a little while to calm down. Do you think you're going to have similar feelings tomorrow, and how do you harness that adrenaline if that's the case?
For sure. The other night, I was just praying to get my first out. It felt good to get my first outing, under my belt, and I look forward to tomorrow, hopefully throwing strike one, but it should be tomorrow will be good nerves as opposed to the other night was I really want to get the first out. This is going to be a really fun atmosphere.
Any other adjustments you want to make from the last start and take into tomorrow night?
Definitely, this is a really good lineup, a really good contact first lineup. And I think it really emphasizes getting in the zone early and letting your stuff work. Obviously, I played for these guys, and they have a good lineup, a bunch of really good players. So just trusting my stuff over the plate and getting outs. I
was going to ask you that. You're very familiar with a lot of those guys on the other side. Is that advantage pitcher or advantage hitter in those spots?
I threw to Gus a lot behind the plate, so. But no, it's a really good lineup, a bunch of really good dudes over there, and I look forward to competing against them.
And a good friend of yours is going to be opposing you tomorrow on the mound. How odd will that be for you going head-to-head with Max?
It's fun. He looks a lot different now. He's got a big grizzly beard now, so. But he's a really good pitcher. He's got really good stuff. I hope we get him tomorrow, though.
How has life been so far as a New York Yankee?
Oh, it's been phenomenal. This is a first-class organization, top to bottom. It's the best organization I've been in, and it's a huge honor to get to wear this logo across my chest.
Before I let you go, you guys have been very good when it comes to ABS. Austin Wells, heading into today, a perfect 4 for 4. How much confidence is there when he makes one of those calls that you guys are going to get it?
Oh, he does a really good job. I think our catchers really know the zone well, and then obviously Max knows the zone well because he got one the other night. Somebody like me, I'm not going to challenge. Wellesley and JC have good hands behind the plate, so they kind of fool me on some pitches, but they do a really good job.
Have you liked the ABS system to start, or are you not a fan?
I do. It's it really, you still have to know the strike zone because I've gotten some pitch calls where they've been balls, but honestly, if they didn't have the box on the screen, most people would have no clue what the strike zone is. I think umpires, for the most part, have done a really good job with it, and I think the players have done a good job with it, too.
And, Bob, as you noted, the Yankees lineup is the same tonight, so it is going to be Austin Wells behind the plate catching Ryan Weathers here in the Bronx for the first time. Tomorrow, Max Fried will close out this series. There'll be an off day for the Yankees on Monday. Then their rotation goes like this. Schlittler, Warren, Weathers, and then the Yankees will head to Tampa Bay to play the Rays, and Luis Gil will make his 2026 debut in pinstripes. That's if everything goes well. That is the plan right now, Bob. Also noteworthy. I know you did a little thing on the weather coming into this one, saying it's about 52 right now. It is going to cool down significantly. And, guys, you know what it's like when the wind is whipping here in the Bronx. It's already blowing in a little bit from right field, so could be tough with the short porch there to see if the wind has any effect in keeping balls inside the ballpark. But something tells me with some of the Yankees hitters, that is not going to be a problem.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that, certainly, Meredith. Hey, one final thing before you go, because you mentioned the rotation in the next 5 or 6 days, but there are more changes ahead as we get to the Morgan & Morgan injury report. What's the latest on Cole and Rodon?
Well, both Garrett Cole and Carlos Rodon threw today earlier at the stadium at about 3:30 this afternoon. Garrett Cole was out there in the bullpen throwing a little session there. He told me that he is going to throw a simulated game here at the stadium on Monday. Depending on how he feels, he may continue to throw simulated games thereafter, or he could go out on a rehab assignment. The Yankees are still targeting the end of May, early June for Cole, who really has not had any hiccups when it comes to the rehab process for Tommy John surgery. As far as Carlos Rodon is concerned, we told you a few days ago he had a session where he threw 50 pitches. After that one, he kind of felt a little something in his hamstring. They kind of dialed it back a little bit. Nothing serious enough to get an MRI. Today, he said he felt good. He was out there in the bullpen throwing in the bullpen for the first time since he had felt something in his hamstring. We will find out after the game exactly how that session went, but certainly encouraging that he was out there at all. And also noteworthy, after that session, he did some agility work and some running in the outfield. That all leads you to believe that the hamstring was responding okay. And guys, I know you already talked about the rotation that has pitched so well. Todd, you noted an ERA under 1 combined through the first 7 games of the season. You can't help but wonder what this rotation is going to look like when they get Garrett Cole and Carlos Rodon back as well. Certainly a good sign for the Yankees early on, the way this team has been pitching.
Yeah, no doubt, Meredith. Thank you so much. We'll see you in just a bit with Michael, Coney, and Joe. Got to take a break. Coming up on the FanDuel Yankees pregame, Adam is going to take us through some of the pitching storylines for tonight's game. But first, a couple of other pitchers turned back the clock on their way to the Yankees home opener yesterday. Here's Dylan Betances, CC Sabathia, and a 1917 subway car to take us to break.
It's been 20 years since I got on the subway, so it's going to be a good day. First time on the subway. Can't wait. What happened to the Metro cars? We don't got those anymore?
Got the Yankee Express on there. That's fire.
Let's go. We're here, baby. Next stop, Yankee Stadium.
I got a Met jersey on out there.
Yeah. You can't let him in. Don't let him in.
It's time for the pregame odds segment presented by FanDuel. For a same-game parlay, how about the Yankees money line, Ben Rice and Cody Bellinger to each get a hit, and Aaron Judge to hit a homer? That parlay comes in at plus 616. Yankees fans, FanDuel is inviting you to call your own shot with the Daily Dinger. Make your free pick on who's hitting a home run in their game, and if you're right, you'll get a profit boost the next day. Get your free pick in now on FanDuel before today's action starts.
And we're back with our key matchup brought to you by Montefiore Einstein, the official hospital of the New York Yankees. Yankees starters so far in 7 games have allowed just 4 runs total. That .92 ERA, second lowest in American League history. The 4 runs allowed tied for fewest in Major League history through 7 games. And then 2 runs or fewer allowed in each game. You have to go back to the 1911 Yankees for the last time that happened for a Yankees team. So a lot of good things going on in terms of pitching. Good to have you back, Bob and Adam, with you. Let's talk about Ryan Weathers getting the ball tonight. And for Ryan Weathers, you said last night that you thought that this was maybe the best offseason move for the Yankees. Why is that?
Well, there's a few reasons for that. One, I think it's the timing. You know, he's just getting over a kind of a period where he was injured for a while. He's coming out of that. He's healthy. He's ready to go. The talent's always been there. He throws with that goofy hand, the left hand. So that's always desirable. You know, last year in Major League Baseball, lefties were far more effective than righties as a group. So Yankees jumping on that train. They get him into the organization, a guy with a lot of talent, and then they can add their know-how to his situation, and they can kind of create this relationship, make each other better. I think it's a perfect fit.
All right, so let's take a look at what he has in that first start against the Mariners and how what they've done has sort of played out in this start.
So he comes in already before they do anything to him with electric velocity for a left-hander. He's in the mid to upper 90s. That's going to serve him well from the beginning. He also has a great changeup. But now they've gotten him back to more of his natural arm slot, a little bit lower, which is going to make his sinker, which is new, and his changeup have much more movement to them. That's going to not only allow him to have more options versus more batters, but also the potential to go deeper in the game, as some of those pitches will get early outs and early contact leading to early outs. And all those are good things, so let's do more of that.
So he's been injured so much, though. Does he still have that believability in his stuff that I can get major league hitters out all the time?
I mean, he's always had great stuff. Guys like him who have had great stuff that come up in major league families, you know, his dad was a longtime big leaguer, they don't really lose their belief in their ability. It's more so they want to feel healthy so they can go out there and prove that night in, night out.
All right, so let's talk now about the bullpen and a guy who came to the team last year but is having a big impact this season, Jake Bird. You saw some similarities between you and he. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so obviously both come from the Rockies to the Yankees. That's a big difference there in terms of not only ballparks but also just media markets. So it could be a whirlwind. He got traded midseason, which was a little different than me coming, you know, in free agency in the offseason. But, you know, we hope it's going to be plug and play. Yankees are in the middle of the playoff race. A couple hiccups when he first comes over, so he gets sent back down. But now, you know, that gave him a chance for him and the organization to kind of get to know each other throughout the offseason, spring training. They've got that all sorted out. And now you're getting to see what they've got here. He's got considerable talent, 2 fastballs, 2 breaking balls, a lot to like, and he gives Booney another option that they didn't have before.
4 1/3 scoreless innings so far. Let's take a look at why he's been so effective so far.
Well, he's got plenty of velocity despite kind of a slinging motion, as you see there. Let's see how he slings into that. And that rise fastball right there, that's a pitch that he didn't have before. In Colorado, he was throwing more of a cutter, so the ball didn't get any lift on it. Yankees are having him lean into that low arm slot upshoot effect. So now he's got 2 fastballs, one that rides in on a righty, one that shoots upward, 2 breaking balls, one that goes away from a righty, one that goes downward. So he's got plenty of options here, and he's something that the Yankees didn't have in their bullpen before. So he fits a need, perfect fit.
And how about that, just the idea that these different pitch shapes and arm angles, Yankees have a lot of different guys in that bullpen now.
Yeah, it's all about giving Boone options. You know, you got Doval, who's like a low slinger but doesn't really have a great breaking ball. You've got Hill, who's a low slinger from the left side. Bednar's over the top. Cruz is over the top, but all splitters. And now you have a Jake Bird guy who's going to come in here, sweep sliders, throw sinkers, perfect for individual matchups. That makes sense. So it gives Boone the right options to deploy as needed.
You mentioned Bednar, his last time out, final game in Seattle. Got the save, but it was 40 pitches. It was some heavy lifting. Is he available tonight, do you think?
I think so. I think if it's a safe situation, we'll see David. He got the 2 days off. Typically, that's all you need. I don't think he'll pitch in any other situation. So if they need to give him a 3rd day, they will via that route, hopefully by blowout Yankee win. But if it's that spot, I think you'll see him.
All right, we'll see if we see Bednar. We'll start it off with Ryan Weathers, and let's take a look at the Marlins lineup that he will face tonight. It's brought to you courtesy of Toyota. Xavier Edwards had a homer in the first inning last night. His .302 average since 2024, one of the tops in the majors. Austin Slater in the leadoff spot, and former Yankee Agustin Ramirez will do the catching and bat second. One last break on the FanDuel Yankees pregame. Still to come, we'll give you some keys to the game for tonight's tilt in the Bronx. That is next on Yes and the Gotham Sports app.
The Yankees pregame show on Yes is brought to you in part by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com.
Celebrate every Major League ritual with a Corona Lime Drop. Corona will be rewarding fans all season with a chance to win trips to Major League Baseball's biggest moments, from the All-Star Game to the postseason. When the lime drops in, it's time for the first pitch, fresh air, and sunshine. Corona, this is our playa. Check out Corona's memorable moments with Alex Day on Yes Socials coming soon. Looked like Alex had some fun with fans outside that stadium in that beach setting. Those palm trees can only survive. We believe that knowledge is king, so we want to throw these out. Adam Ottavino against Todd Frazier. Was it what, Todd? You were 1 for 11. Was it the arm angle coming from Otto? What was it?
No, he had a spitball that nobody knows. I'm just kidding. I couldn't hit him. He had a nasty. That was probably the first time the sweeper was ever invented. This is the guy that threw it. I got my first. I was 1 for 1 against him, my first ever at bat. And they tell you it all goes downhill. Against him, it went downhill. Ridiculous.
I got nothing to say. Just sometimes they go my way. Sometimes these comparisons don't go my way, but I feel good about this one.
He was really upset about that 1-for-1, so he just threw an 0 for 10 at you.
Yeah, it was probably a blooper too. But yeah, he was pretty darn good for sure.
All right, so we'll throw those stats aside. We want you to bat 1,000 on your keys to the game. What do you have?
Jazz Chisholm. I'm going to go with one guy today. Listen, he's not batting the greatest, but at the same time, he's putting pressure on teams. He's getting the stolen bases. He's making the plays. This is a team that only has 2 errors in 8 games. It's been absolutely ridiculous, and this is the team that you want to be around. Jazz Chisholm, keep hitting, keep putting pressure on teams. That's a guy I'm going to lean on today.
For me, it's the rest of the lineup. Swing at strikes. Do exactly what you did yesterday. Force Meyer into the zone. He likes to get chased with that slider. That's his best pitch. Make him come over the plate and do damage.
We knew it was just a matter of time before Aaron Judge was figuring out his swing. Maybe he was just a tick-off. Did you see, I mean, obviously you could say yes with a home run and a hit yesterday, but signs that he's coming out of that.
He looked relaxed. He looked like he was there in the moment. The guy that wasn't swinging outside the zone, he got a pitch to hit. You didn't see him do well with those hanging pitches. Finally got a pitch that he liked. Hanging slider. He does what he does best. We're sitting there. We're 4 for 4. We picked that one yesterday.
Yes, we did. So, and that one little thing to tighten up, 1 for 13 with runners in scoring position. But in a way, that's good news. You have to cash those in, but they had a lot of traffic yesterday.
Yeah, and I think he can trust the guys behind him. He's got a lot of great hitters behind him. Everybody's healthy. You know, Rice, Bellinger, Stanton, Chisholm. It's a good group.
All right, that's it for us. Thanks for joining us on the pregame show. After a break, it's Michael Kay, David Cohn, Joe Girardi with the call, Meredith Marakovitz reporting, and she'll join us on the postgame. Have a great night and enjoy Game 2 of the series next on Yes and the Gotham Sports app.
Your attention, please, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching Yes.
It's a cold, chilly Saturday evening here in New York City, but it is time for baseball as the Yes Network presents New York Yankees baseball. It's the New York Yankees against the Miami Marlins in Game 2 of a 3-game set from Yankee Stadium in the Bronx, New York. Hi, everybody, and welcome to Yankees baseball, along with Joe Girardi and David Cohn. I'm Michael Kay. The home opener, the Yankees won 8-2. The Yankees now 6-1. You'll take that kind of start all the time. Now, you figure the 8 runs, it's, well, the Yankees being the Bronx Bombers. But it was very varied yesterday.
Oh, they did a lot of things right. And after falling behind 1-0 in the top of the first, Aaron Judge hits this hanging slider from Yuri Perez, who has a really good slider to make it 2-1. His first home run in the first inning this year. Ben Rice, he's been doing this all year long. Did it all year last year, hitting the ball extremely hard. That put the Yankees up 7-2, and then they ran when they had a chance. Jazz Chisholm had 2 stolen bases. Jose Caballero, he had his 2 stolen bases, even has time to look in, and they're going to take advantage of a wild pitch here. Austin Wells scores. So the Yankees did it a lot of different ways, Michael. 11 base on balls, a hit by pitch, and 5 extra base hits.
All right, so the 11 walks and the 5 stolen bases both match a single game high from 2025, and it's the only major league game since at least 1900. 5 or more extra base hits, 11 or more walks, 5 or more stolen bases, and 6 hits or fewer. You got all that? All right, the guy who wants all that is the guy who's starting tonight's game for the Yankees. That's Ryan Weathers. It's his second start for the Yankees, his first in pinstripe, first home game for him, and his first start was in Seattle. Not too bad.
Yeah, not too bad. You know that he's going to be jacked up tonight. First time in pinstripes and the boogie down. I wonder if his father's going to be here tonight. We saw him in Seattle, but you know he's very proud. His father was a member of the '96 World Championship Yankees, and you know it means a lot to his family. It's hard to control your emotions when you're that bumped up, but the kid's got a big left-handed arm.
4 1/3 innings, 4 hits, 1 run, 2 walks, and 7 strikeouts in that game against Seattle. How about this play from yesterday? Absolutely magnificent. Unbelievable, actually. So unbelievable that the guy who made the catch couldn't believe it. He talks with Meredith Marakovitz next, right here on Yes.
Welcome back to the Bronx for Yankees baseball on Yes. Hey, everyone. I'm Meredith Marakovitz. Cody Bellinger's catch late in yesterday's game was the talk around Major League Baseball. After the game, I caught up with Cody in the clubhouse to ask him about making that grab.
Well, I definitely thought I had it from the jump. I should have caught it the first time. You know, I don't even know. I think I squeezed the glove too early, and I just kind of dropped in front of me, and I just got lucky. I definitely got lucky. Just threw my glove out there.
Judge said that on the field. You should have caught it the first time. Jokingly, of course, but did he let you know that as well?
I genuinely should have caught it the first time. I felt like I had a good beat on it the whole way, and I don't know. I think I caught it off my my wrist. I don't really know exactly what happened there. So I'm just glad I came down with it at the end there.
And the Yankees lineup is pretty much business as usual. You will, however, see Ryan Weathers on the mound here in the Bronx for the first time in his Yankee career. Plenty more to come here on the Yes Network. When we get back, Michael Kay will be joined by David Cohn and Joe Girardi. Weathers gets the ball next, right here on Yes.
Yankees Baseball on Yes is brought to you in part by Tunnel to Towers. Donate $11 a month and amplify your impact with a car or land donation. Go to T2T.org. By Hyundai. Test drive new Hyundai today only at your local Hyundai dealer. And by Sage, proud accounting software provider of the New York Yankees. Yankees have taken the field, taking his warm-ups. Ryan Weathers. Take a look at the Marlins starting lineup that they'll send against the Yankee lefty. It's Slater, Ramirez, and Marcy. That's the top of the order. Lopez, Hernandez, and Norby, middle third. And then Xavier Edwards, Leo Jimenez, and Javier Sanoa. They round out the bottom third of the starting nine.
And Ryan Weathers, the big lefty, going to make his debut in pinstripes here in the Bronx. You can see last year a little bit of an injury-shortened season, but was solid when he did pitch. Let's tell you a little bit more on our Nissan Pitcher Scouting Report for Ryan Weathers. Welcome to the Bronx, and they've got him with a 2-fastball mix now. A little more sinkers with that 4-seamer, and the sweeper is refined.
Slater ready. Weathers is ready. Let's do it here in the Bronx. First pitch, a strike. We're underway. Home plate umpire is Ron Culpa. Scott Barry at first, Manny Gonzalez at second, and Tom Hanahan is over third. 0-2.
Looks like he's loose. 97, second pitch. Average 96.6 his last start. You're right, Tony. That's a big arm.
Strike three. Slater, I think, thought about challenging, decided not to. Looked a little outside from up here. Let's take a look at the Yankee defense, brought to you by your local Tri-State Genesis retailers. Bellinger made that great catch at left. He's in left again. Grisham in center, Judge over right. Infield, McMahon, Caballero, Chisholm, and Rice. Carshield defensive player phone foul goes to Bellinger. 13 defensive run saves since 2005. Tied for 7th among American League outfielders. And there's a strike to Ramirez. Fouled away. Flags off the right field grandstand. Look as if they're flapping right in toward home plate. Over the left field grandstand, kind of blowing toward the left. Kind of swirling winds here at the stadium at times. One, two.
So, Coney, he has a split change. How does he get it to go away from right-handers opposed to into right-handers?
Get the seams right, really. Seam orientation. And you can manipulate your thumb a little bit too. You can play around with your thumb on your grip to kind of help. Similar to what they're doing with the kick change. So there's ways to get it going that way. A lot of it is based on seams and release point.
Ronald Culper, the home plate umpire. Umpire scouting report brought to you by your local Kia dealers. More low strikes, more outside strikes on righty batters. Now, he's been challenged 5 times, 4 of them overturned. He's considered pitcher friendly. The crew chief, 28 big league season. Here's Marcy, and there's a strike.
It seemed in Seattle he had some troubles with his sinkers to lefties, locating them, and it's good to see the first one he throws for a strike. Because if he gets ahead, that sweeper's got to be so tough on left-handed hitters.
Well, that's the biggest change that the Yankees have done with him so far, and they'll continue to modify his delivery and his allocation. But yeah, more sinkers than last year, fewer changeups, and a little refinement on that sweeper.
These are the days you don't want to get jammed or hit it off the end of the bat. See this ball run in. Ooh. Kind of set up for that sweeper now. The old Coney sweeper. You had a sweeper before it was popular.
Swing and a miss. Dialed it up to 98.
Well, up and in, down and away, either one. So we'll go up and in. Wells is setting up away here. Weathers fires it up and in, and it works.
Coney, the other thing they've done with David Wells is they've dropped his arm angle from 42 to 33 degrees. When he first came up, it was at 30, and it just kept creeping up and up. How does that change, like, your fastball, your sinker, or your changeup? Because they said they did it for the changeup.
It can affect all your pitches. And certainly from a lower slot, we found that you can actually get a little more induced vertical break with your four-seamer up, too. So I would imagine it will carry over as he gets more and more comfortable with that release point.
Good times between Culpa and Wells. Some smiles. I think a piece of trash blew on the field and they were reading it. One and one on Ocho Lopez. Can you believe they wrote this?
Is that a guest receipt? Yes. See what somebody had to eat.
Chicken bucket.
1-2.
Yeah, we can see there is exactly what you're talking about, Joe. Almost had a little cut on it, but it had good action moving down.
Still 1-2.
Classic speed him up, slow him down. The off-speed stuff down, he's out in front. Then you challenge him up and in to speed him up again. See if he goes soft here.
Right field, here comes Judge. It's going to dunk in for base hit. Ramirez will move to third. Lopez picks up a single. First and third, 2 outs.
Well, he did. He threw that changeup, Joe, and he's out in front, but he dunks it in there.
Do you see how it cuts, though? It cuts back towards his barrel. And if it's running away from his barrels, he's probably going to swing and miss. And I know it's something they're working on. When he gets that down, wow, I think the sky's the limit.
Here's Heriberto Hernandez getting the start in left field. So first and third, 1 out, 2 outs here in the first. One and 0. 20th pitch coming up. There's a strike. Fastball clips the inside corner, 1-1. Marlins 5-2 on the year. Yankees 6-1. Oh, nice play by Rice. That saved an E1 and a run.
Wow, that's an incredible play. I mean, the good thing is he didn't get picked off. Sometimes you'll see the first baseman take off, right, because they think they're going home. He understood that he was coming over. Might be a situation where Lopez tries to run here. He had 15 stolen bases, 2 strikes, 2 outs.
Well, he's used his 2 throws. Advantage Lopez. There he goes. Drilled into right center field. That's going to be a base hit. It splits the outfielders, and it goes all the way to the wall. Ramirez scores. Lopez scores. Going to third with a 2-run triple is Hernandez. And Miami up 2-0.
Well, Humberto was great in those situations last year where he hit .319. He had 40 RBIs and only 256 at bats. So he was really a clutch player for him. Comes up with a big hit here, a fastball out over the plate. You see Wells is getting ready to throw the second. Lopez is running on the pitch, so it makes it easy for him to score. And now the Marlins have a 2-0 lead, with Hernandez ending up at third base.
An impressive swing on a high fastball, driving it the other way. That's how you hit a high fastball at the top of the zone.
And that brings a trip to the mound by Matt Blake. Blake heads back to the dugout. Marlins have a quick 2 and a runner at third base with 2 outs. And here's Connor Norby. One and 0. Hernandez getting a very big lead at third. McMahon is deep at third. So if a ball gets away from Wells, it doesn't have to go all the way to the backstop. Hernandez might dart home.
And that situation too, Michael, I think it's Ben Rice's job to pay attention to the runner at third base and let Weathers know, do you need to step off if he's coming home, because he can't see him. And you're not holding him on, so he has a huge lead.
Well, Weathers against his former team. They're making him work 27 pitches so far. Still 2-2.
The Marlins collectively as a team, they're hard to strike out.
They don't strike out. No, you're right.
searching for that finish pitch, right? It's change-up kind of cuts.
I like the sweeper. I don't think he gives it enough credit. I mean, I sit up here and say it looks nasty to me when I'm watching it on TV. I don't think I'd have any chance of hitting it because he can start it way off the plate and end up outside third, and the hitter gives up on it.
For a young pitcher, figuring out what your best secondary pitches are, how I finish hitters, especially right-handed batters as a lefty pitcher.
Soft ground ball charging McMahon over to first, and the pick by Rice, and they get Norby for the final out. Let's see if they challenge. They will not challenge, so the out is made. Well, the Yankees behind 2-0 as they come up to bat in the first inning against Max Meyer. And here's the order. Trent Grisham, Aaron Judge, and Cody Bellinger at the top. Cleaning up first baseman Ben Rice off to a great start. 8 ribbies in 6 games, hitting .409. Giancarlo Stanton's first hitless game yesterday. He'll be the DH batting 5th, batting 6th. Second baseman Jazz Chisholm Jr. In the bottom third of the order, Austin Wells, Jose Caballero, and Ryan McMahon is over at third.
And they're going to face this right-handed pitcher, Max Meyer. You see last year, 12 starts. And a little bit of a mixed bag, but, you know, he's always had big potential going back. And you think about 2020, he was the first-round pick for the Marlins, 3rd in the nation. Nowadays, he's pitching off of his slider, and he had left hip surgery last June, and that is our Nissan pitcher scatter report.
Trent Grisham will start it off. Grisham walked 3 times in yesterday's home opener. Takes a pitch inside from Meyer. 27 years old, Meyer, his 4th big league season. And injuries have been a constant in his career. 6 innings into 2022. Needed Tommy John surgery. Came back in 2024. Shoulder bursitis ended the season early. And the last season, David mentioned, ended in June. He needed left hip surgery.
He's only made 26 starts in those 3 or 4 years. I mean, it's got to be frustrating because he's got a great arm, got a great slider, but he can't stay healthy. So I find something interesting about his windup and his stretch. When he starts, he's looking at home plate. He'll peek away for a second and then find the plate again. And I would think that would make it harder to throw strikes.
It's a matter of preference. You know, one of the greatest strike throwers I ever saw was Greg Maddux. He did that. He would look down in the middle of his delivery. A lot of times that if you stare at the target the whole time, it makes you rush to the target. So by looking away for a split second, it helps you stay over the rubber longer. At least that's the theory. And Pedro Martinez stared at the target the whole time. Greg Maddux looked down in the middle of his delivery.
It's ball 4, so 3 walks yesterday. He starts off the first inning with a walk, and that brings up Aaron Judge.
See, looking away right there, you just check it, make sure you stay back. That's really what that's about for pitchers. Keep from rushing. It's certainly a matter of preference.
Judge with a 2-run home run in the first inning yesterday. 21st inning home runs last year. He has 86 in his career. 0-1. Check out the Marlins defense, brought to you by your local Tri-State Genesis retailers. Hernandez, Marcy, and Slater left, right in the outfield. Sanoa, Lopez, Edwards, and Norby third to first. Ramirez behind the plate. Jimenez the DH, and you can run on Ramirez. 9.4% is his caught stealing percentage. That one's hit to right field. Slater makes the play.
Every ball he hits in the air, everyone thinks it's a home run. It's amazing.
Here's Cody Bellinger.
Yeah, the one thing that Meyer will do that a lot of his other starters don't do for the catchers is he'll mix in a slide step. And that keeps a base runner, you know, I got to be careful that I go on the right pitch.
Now, Joe, both Ramirez and Hicks, who caught yesterday, in terms of caught stealing, really bad numbers.
Oh, yeah.
How much is that catcher? How much is that pitcher?
Oh, well, I'm going to blame it all on the pitcher, right? A lot of it can be on the pitcher. Now, I look at Ramirez. Ramirez has got a really good arm, but he's had a slow release, and they say that it's sped up this year. He's 1 for 5 this year. 4 stolen bases he's given up. But a lot of times it has to do with how quick the guy is to home plate to even give you a chance.
A lot of his catching numbers not great. He had 19 pass balls last year. His block above average was -28. That's why they like him as a DH. Chop toward first, fielded there by Norby. He'll step on the bag, and Grisham advances to second. Let's check out the Mohegan Sun team scatter report.
Well, there's a little difference of opinion here. The Miami Marlins throw the second fewest fastballs at only 44%. The Blue Jays are 43. The Yankees are the most. It's 69. Line change. There's 4 guys who were on the bench yesterday or in the game today. Slater, Sanoja, Jimenez, and Hernandez. And I would think the Yankees would have the green light because of what Michael was talking about, 5 for 5. And these Marlins have given up 204 stolen bases since last year, 40 more than any other club.
Ben Rice, home run and a double after striking out the first 3 times in yesterday's game. A lot of players were impressed with that he didn't just bag and say this is a bad day. He said, I wanted that 4th at bat. I want that 5th at bat. I always believe I could turn around my day.
Yeah, that's a great attitude. And obviously, I think he's got a great head on his shoulders. He is a patient hitter that knows the strike zone and just makes a ton of hard contact. And I think that's the good thing about our game. And here's his home run yesterday. He had just hit one foul before, and they tried the same pitch. I'm not really sure why, and it was an unusual, it was a fastball. But he just has the ability to really, really hit the ball hard.
3-0.
And I was saying the good thing about our game is you play every day. So if you have a bad day, you can, you know, get up again the next day. But the bad thing is you don't get to rest on your laurels very long.
Amnesia.
Yeah, you go from hero to GOAT pretty quick.
Count is full. Marlins lead 2-0 on the Hernandez 2-run triple in the top of the first. Runner at second for the Yankees, 2 outs, bottom of the inning. Rice at the plate, full count. Strike 3. Rice down looking. Yankees strand a runner at second. We go to the second. But FanDuel's Daily Dingle for free every day for a chance at a profit boost if your selected player hits a home run. And here are the featured home run odds for today's players. Plus 360 for Giancarlo. Plus 500 for Ben Rice.
I'm going Ben Rice.
Platoon advantage, right? Lefty against right.
Lined into center field. It's a base hit for Xavier Edwards.
You know, he's hit in 8 straight to start the season, and he scored a run in every game, too. Told me he doesn't score here. Fastball off the end of the bat. Perfect. It's their second hit that they haven't made hard contact and gotten on base. Kept the inning going, and this one starts an inning, and he's the threat to steal. However, Weathers has a really good move.
Here's Jimenez. Marlins got him from the Blue Jays on Sunday for minor league infield, a dub lead. Love the name Dub Gleed.
Dub? D-U-B?
D-U-B Gleed. G-L-E-E-D. That's going to be a tough play. Really tough. Weathers does the right thing and eats it. Base hit for Jimenez.
Really no chance. I mean, he couldn't have rolled it out there underhanded any better than that right there. Weathers is a lefty, no chance.
Yeah, that actually got under the glove. It was McMahon who probably ate it.
He knows he's got a good chance of being safe. He understands how he hit it. And it's probably a good thing that he didn't field it because he might have thrown it. And that having to spin,
yes,
that's got in the right field corner written all over it.
Well, here's Sanoa. Let's see if he's thinking about bunting. Actually had 2 home runs against the Yankees last year, and that sweep, pitch up and away. David, when a guy was trying to bunt against you, did you try to throw something he couldn't bunt, or would you just take the out?
I would try to throw more up and in and try to get him to pop it up. You know, make it hard to get on the ground.
Rice creeping in at first. Two and 0. Took the bunt off, swings through it.
Sanoja's another guy that doesn't have a lot of swing and miss, only about 12%, top 3% in baseball. I wonder if they put the bunt back on here. Did you find it sometimes harder to throw strikes when someone squared around? Like, did you ever pick up the hitter more than you would as a guy swinging all the time that you saw? Because Greg Maddux did. He used to hit guys that squared around all the time.
It could be distracting. We don't see it as much in today's game, but no. First and second here, nobody out. You can understand the thought process on the Marlins side. The last thing you want to do is get distracted and worried about, you know, a bunt when now you're looking at 3-2 right here.
This could be 2. There's 1. Not in time. Jimenez thinks he might have been safe at second, but the Marlins say, come on back to the dugout.
Yeah, you see the flip by Jazz. He gets a probably it's a good flip, but I think he could have put a little bit more on it had he moved his feet and got his weight going towards second when he did it, but he caught it on the left side and had to come all the way back across. And it's a close play. Ball's not quite hit hard enough. Caballero does a really good job coming across the bag aggressively. Now you see if you can get a double play here.
There's Austin Slater. He is 0 for 8 at the start of the season. Struck out looking in the first inning, first and third, with 1 man out. They're making Weathers work.
Yeah, and that's a really hard pitch to block. And I know he's not in the traditional block. But a changeup in your mind from a left-hander is going to go towards the first base side, not the other side. And you're anticipating it going that way. So it's tough.
Two 2-0 on Slater. Ramirez is on deck. Marlins up 2-0. We're in the second. About the fastball back, 2-1.
Slater was one of those guys that was outstanding in San Francisco when Gabe Kapler was there, and he went and got him. And 19 through 23, 800 plus OPS against left-handers. Struggled in 24. Was a little better last year, But this is what he's paid to do, similar to Randall Grichuk.
Runner goes, throw to second. Got him. And the runner stays put at third.
Yeah, interesting here that the guy at third didn't even attempt to do anything, and you're running on a guy that's hard to run on. And Wells throws pretty well, and Sonoha, even though he had the big stolen base in WBC, he was only 6 for 11 last year. He's not a burner, and you take yourself out of an inning.
It was an exceptional pop time and throw from Wells, I thought. Watch him get rid of this from one knee.
Yeah, he gets up
bang,
really
bang.
quickly, yes, and puts a lot on it. Throws it up the line a little bit so you can tag easier, and that could be a big out for Weathers.
Pop time of 1.9 seconds.
So that was ball 4, and now Wells is going to challenge. This would be strike 3. T-Mobile.
Yeah, his average
the ABS challenge.
Oh, excuse me, Michael. His average is 1.97.
Pitch is confirmed. New York has 1 challenge left.
By 3/10 of an inch. Six pitches, 2 outs into the second. Certainly not sustainable. He'll face Ramirez.
Spot here, early in this game for Weathers to leave that runner stranded on third. Throwing all these pitches, you got to get something tangible and get the Yankees back in the dugout.
1-1. If you wonder about the Yankee bullpen budget by Citizens, make sense of your money with Citizens. Bednar got the day off yesterday, so the high leverage guys, they're available. Cade Winquist waiting to make his major league debut. Tim Hill only threw 2 pitches yesterday, so he's good to go. No one warming at this point.
I'd just like to see him throw his breaking ball a little more. He's struggling throwing strikes with that split change.
Count 3-1. Into center field. That's going to dunk in for a base hit. Edwards scores. Big turn there by Slater, but he stops at second. Ramirez with an RBI single. It's 3-0 Miami.
Yeah, he has not been hit hard this game. The only ball that was hit hard was by Hernandez, the double into right center, but breaks his bat. You can hear the bat crack, and there's just no way that Trent Grisham can get to that ball, and the inning continues. And I think you're right, Tony. I think they're going to have to get somebody up here because there's a lot of pitches.
A lot of pitches, and that's a bit of a backbreaker there with 2 outs, and now you get 3 runs on the board.
Here's Jacob Marcy, and a strike. Yankee starters have been amazing over the first 7 games. This is the first start that a starter has allowed 3 runs or more.
Austin Wells was too late there with the challenge. He got denied. He tried to challenge that last pitch.
Now he does challenge that one.
Calls the ball, the catcher's challenging.
T-Mobile ABS challenge. Yankees could lose another challenges right here if he's wrong. He's not.
This is a strike. New York has 1 challenge left.
I like it. You know, if I'm on the mound, I like my catcher fighting for me there. You know, I'm struggling, trying to get out of this inning.
I'm getting the Booney stare.
Flip the count from 2-1 to 1-2.
Got him with the fastball up and in. Well, I thought he might throw him that sweeper. Let's see what he does here.
Strike 3. Marcy down looking, but the Marlins add a run. They strand 2. We go to the bottom of the 7th. Name That Yankee brought to you by Prevagen, made for your brain. 9-7 record, 4.75 ERA, 84 games. This is a 10 with the Yankees from 93 through 96. Then the Marlins, then the Rockies, finished up with the Reds. No clue. Obviously, both of your teammates.
Yes.
You guys know?
Yeah, no, yes, no.
Yes, no? Someone tell you, Coney?
No.
No? You researched it?
I don't. Yes, no means I don't know.
Oh.
Yes, he was my teammate. No, I don't know.
You know, one of my favorite moments from last year was when O'Neill did know somebody that was his teammate. Then we told him the guy that gave the answer. He said, I still don't know. Who was that, Bob McDonald? Yeah, he had no idea. Swing and a miss. Chase a pitch way out of the zone, so Stanton down on strikes.
A big sweeping slider.
His breaking balls actually get a lot of depth. His slider gets a ton of depth. The sweeper gets a ton of depth.
Jazz Chisholm pops it up. Lopez, 2 outs. That brings up Austin Wells. Austin 3 for 18.
Just make it play. Just make it play.
I would imagine the Yankees, knowing the mix of the Marlins and in particular Meyer today, and a heavy diet of off speed, you really got to be patient.
So some hitters will sit pitches, right? Figure they're going to get a heavy dose. You're going to get 60% breaking ball on average from the Marlins. The problem with that sitting breaking ball sometimes is you get a heater and you get so mad at yourself that you took a heater. That's that look like that hurt, and what am I doing?
Yeah, he's got a good slider. That's quick. That had some tight spin on it. This is a good pitch. Just eats him up. Coming right at you. Boy, that thing is spinning.
It's chasing left-handed hitters is what it's doing. battle for Wells because he's fouled off some tough pitches. He threw him that sinker way to go back inside with that breaking ball.
And the pitch. And that's a base hit in front of Slater. 2-out single for Wells.
That's an outstanding at bat. He fouled off a couple tough pitches that were just off the plate. And then he gets this breaking ball that gets too much of the plate, and he's able to hit it. And I think sometimes we talk so much about pitch selection, but I think it's about pitch location more than anything. If you execute pitches, you're going to get people out. And when you don't, hitters take advantage of it.
Yeah. Conviction and quality for me were always first.
Jose Caballero takes a strike. Waved at that one, 0-2. Strangely, Sanoa started that sequence way back at third and then came charging in as if he picked up that he was going to bunt. He didn't, but now he's deep at third with 2 outs.
I think a lot of times fielders, especially third basemen, will try to give you the impression that they're way back and they want you to bunt, and that's eventually the hitter has to pay attention to the pitcher, and you can run in and you're not going to see him. Playing games.
Two and 2 on Caballero. Yankees have had 2 base runners so far. A walk to Grisham, start off the first, and then a 2-out single here by Wells. 2-2 count with 2 outs to Caballero. McMahon on deck. Got a pretty quick move to first base for a right-hander. Stay warm, kiddo.
I think she wants him to run. I think that's a sign, Michael.
Swing and a miss. That'll do it. Third strikeout for Meyer. Yankee strand 1. We go to the third.
How about that?
Yeah, how about that, Mel? Let's check out Ryan Weathers. His mom, Kelly, had a basketball jersey retired by Belmont University. Sisters Carly and Allie each played college basketball. And Ryan won the Gatorade Player of the Year in baseball. The same year his wife, Thayer, won in volleyball.
How about that?
Yeah. It's an athletic family. Ojel Lopez will lead off against Weathers. One 1-0.
And Michael, you mentioned his wife Thayer. She was a volleyball player, big-time volleyball player for the Gators. She is top 10 in school history in kills. As a fellow volleyball player, I appreciate that, Michael.
Now, were you top 10 for your college, Maren?
I'm sorry, what's that, Michael?
I'm sorry, your ears are cold?
I think it broke up a little bit.
1-1.
But that's where you can get a lot of strikes. To your point earlier about Weathers and his pitch allocation, you can drop that sweeper in for strike early in the counts. Now you go to work. Fastball up and in. You get a feel for that split change, miss down with it. But if you need strikes, other than your fastball, you got to be able to drop that breaking ball in there. Have one you can go to.
Yeah, and I thought Lopez had the big at-bat in the first inning where he kept fouling pitches off and hit that blooper to the right. I mean, he's really tough to strike out.
Left field. Bellinger. Meredith, the Yankees have been going with a 4-man rotation. Number 5 is waiting down on the minors. That's Luis Gil. When do they go to 5?
Well, Michael, they have finally made a decision. Luis Gil is going to get the ball for the first time in the majors in the 2026 season on Friday in St. Petersburg when the Yankees take on the Rays for the first of a 3-game series. Of course, the Rays played at GMS all of last year after the roof was ripped off in October of 2024 due to Hurricane Milton. Now they are back at the Trop. So Luis Gil making a start tomorrow for the Rail Riders, and then will rejoin the team, expected to start Friday night in Tampa.
And what's the latest, Meredith, when it comes to Rodon and Cole?
Well, Carlos Rodon and Garrett Cole both through bullpen sessions today. Cole around 3:30 this afternoon. Rodon just after 5. Cole told me his session went well. He's expected to throw a simulated game here at Yankee Stadium on Monday. Rodon was not available to talk immediately after that bullpen, so we should know more in the postgame what the next step will be for him, whether it'll be a controlled environment here at the stadium or if they feel confident enough to send him out on a rehab assignment.
Michael, do you think Meredith will show up Monday and hit? She hit off of you, I remember.
In spring training.
Spring training, yeah.
Yes, she might. Yeah.
Not successfully, but I tried my best, Joe.
Yeah, well, he neckballed you for one.
First of all, he was basically bouncing it, not even throwing it over the plate. I had a lean for everything.
Now, Meredith, that's just an outright lie. I was throwing strikes. That's just brutal. I've never known you to lie.
Joe, you've seen it. You know what I'm talking about. He was not throwing strikes.
He threw one behind you.
Yep.
Well, that was on purpose. Fly ball right field. Judge back on the track at the wall. And he makes the play for the second out. It's good to be 6-7. And as the kids say, 6-7, 6-7.
Did a good job of finding the wall, sticking his hand out, knowing that he had plenty of room, and was able to jump and ends up hitting the fence when he comes down. But just an outstanding catch. And big for David Weathers. He could use an inning where he's not throwing so many pitches. 55 through the first 2.
Norby goes the other way. Long run for Judge, but it makes the seats. Friend forever.
Yeah, the catch again. You're going to see him get a good jump on this ball. He understands when he hits the track, he's got so many steps left, and he had plenty of room. Weathers loves it. I mean, you always appreciate great plays behind you.
Strike 3. Norby down looking, and they're going to challenge.
Pitch is called a strike. The hitter's challenging.
T-Mobile ABS challenge. Call the strike, and it's a ball.
Pitch is a ball. Miami's got 2 challenges left.
Only time will tell how it mentally affects a pitcher to have that taken away. You have to recalibrate.
Yes. Yeah, it's going to take some getting used to.
Ron Coppola's kind of living up to his reputation. They said he gives a little bit down and away to right-handers, and we've seen a couple overturned so far.
Bit of an old-school strike zone. Now, when I compare the strike zone of the 90s to the current strike zone, we used to get more off the plate, thigh high off the plate. There was margins there. That's the old school zone. But if we threw it on the plate at the belt, it was a ball. We didn't get the high strike.
Ground ball and through for a base hit. Past the diving McMahon. So from a strikeout to a single. Just like that, thanks to ABS.
Yeah, it just gets underneath the glove of Ryan McMahon. He lays out for this ball. Norby runs pretty well. He just can't quite get over far enough, and it ends up being a hit. Norby's a guy that has the ability to steal a base. Ryan McMahon did everything he could, and it's just a little short. So which strike zone would you prefer? The one you get a little off?
But the thing is that with veteran umpires, they would give you a little bit margin based on your control. If you hit the target, you got margin. So they rewarded marksmanship.
Now they can't.
They can't now.
Because they're graded so, they're under so much pressure about calling strikes and balls and balls.
Obviously, there's a different philosophy nowadays, too, with the increased velocity. We saw the starting pitcher's velocity has gone up by 4 or 5 miles an hour just in the last 15 years. Every year, more and more. So the emphasis is not on marksmanship. The emphasis is on high velo. Aim down the middle. Go as hard as you can, as long as you can. And if I were pitching in today's game, I'd be chasing velocity too. I'd be just like these guys. I'd be in the lab. I'd be looking at biomechanics. I'd be taking advantage of everything.
You'd be driving me crazy behind home plate.
Yes, I would.
And that's ball 4. So first and second, 2 outs. And again, his pitch count uncomfortably high in the third inning, 76 with 2 outs.
Yeah, he has not had an easy inning, and at some point, I really think that he's getting near the end. Somebody's going to get up. Yeah, we take a look at the strike zone. So, Coney, you were saying that the plate was a little wider than 17 inches.
That's where you went off the plate. The inside corner, you had to get it on the plate, generally. The outside corner, they give you some margin. Thigh high off the plate, you got called. If you threw it right down the middle at the mask, a little above the belt, you never got that pitch called.
They also changed where it used to be the front of the plate is where they called the pitch. Now they've moved it back to the middle.
Paul Blackburn starting to get ready. So 8 extra pitches after what he thought was strike 3. Foul back by Jimenez.
I don't know how it doesn't affect the pitcher, because you got to say, okay, I'm going in, and then no, you kind of let your guard down.
Yeah, emotionally, you're so invested in the game as a starting pitcher. You get once a week to pitch, and yes, there is a letdown.
1-1. One-two on Jimenez. Norby at second, Edwards at first. 2 men out. Top of the third, 3-0 Miami. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Caballero makes the play, and that'll do it. No runs a hit. 2 men left. We go to the bottom of the third. Hey, it's time for Pinstripe Pride, brought to you by Toyota, the official hybrid vehicles of the Yankees. And tonight's picture is from Sarah, who was here at the stadium for her first ever opening day yesterday. Most people at the ballpark yesterday, over 48,000. They all had a good time. I'm sure Sarah did as well. Use the hashtag Toyota Pinstripe Pride. Mention yes in pictures you post to social media to reflect your love for the Bronx Bombers. We might spotlight you in a future game. Ryan McMahon will lead it off. Now, McMahon is 1 for 17, and he struggled. And Meredith, you caught up with the hitting coach, James Rowson, today.
And Michael, James Rousen told me he is not anywhere close to hitting the panic button yet when it comes to Ryan McMahon, telling me he has such faith in Ryan that he is going to be fine this season. He said the work he is putting in and where that work is leading makes him think that he is going to be getting the results soon. He's been very happy with the things that we don't see on the field, behind the scenes, in the cage, and where he's at. Yesterday, looked a little bit better in the batter's box, took some better swings, and as Rousen put it, he felt like he was much better timing out the fastball.
And he reaches on that ground ball.
As he picks up a base hit right there. But yeah, he does have the confidence in Ryan McMahon and that he's going to get things going. We talked a lot about the stance and how he changed that this spring, still adjusting to that, but they believe there is a lot in there offensively. He's not a guy, not just a guy that is good defensively. They believe there's a lot more for Brian McMahon to achieve offensively, obviously.
Runner on first base. And they give him an error. They give an error to the shortstop, Lopez. So no hit from McMahon.
Those are the kind of hits, too, sometimes he gets you going. You're like, come on, scorekeeper. Get me going.
So his bunt takes low. Count 2-1. Grisham walked in the first. Judge on deck.
Pitches the ball to catcher's challenge.
And a challenge by Ramirez. It was called a ball. T-Mobile ABS challenge. Wow.
Overturned to a strike. Miami has 2 challenges left.
That's a big challenge. 3-1. Run it, you know. Grisham's already walked 4 times in this series. You walk him, you got Judge up. I mean, that's a big challenge.
And the catcher's the one who knows because he was set up on the inside corner and had to move all the way over to catch it. Umpires never call that, rarely call that pitch.
So I'm curious to see where they're going here because I think that was a called throw over and Ramirez set up away. And was he trying to get the hitter to peek a little bit? Is he going to go back in?
How about this difference? After a 3-1 count last year in the majors, on-base percentage is .591. After 2-2, drops to .286. Yeah. So that's a huge challenge. Now it's 3-2. So he gets his walk, second walk of the night. He had 3 walks yesterday, so getting on base at a great clip. And first and second, nobody out. That brings up Judge. McMahon at second, Grisham's at first. Nobody out. And a strike to Judge. Fly ball to right field in the first inning for Judge. 0-2.
That's a little low. Yeah, it would have been down.
Center field, Marcy on the run, going back, reaches up to make the play, tagging. McMahon will go to third. So Judge gave it a ride, run down by the center fielder Marcy. Let's check out the pitching decisions presented by Sage.
He's got a good slider. We talked about him pitching off of his slider. He does. Little sinker that was low, got the call. And that's just a rocket. Almost 112 miles an hour. He just hit it on a line. A little more launch, and that ball's at Monument Park.
Here's Bellinger, first and third, one out. One and out. On Bellinger, grounded out to first in the first. Marlins praying back, looking for the double play. Only one that's in is Sanoa, and obviously Norby is holding on. Grisham at first. Now Sanoa backs up at third.
That looked like he was just taken all the way there.
I mean, he pitches off of his slider. The Marlins don't throw a lot of fastballs. So it's almost in an effort to be unpredictable on their part. They become more predictable. It's like you can almost book a slider in off-speed in fastball counts.
And that time he goes with the fastball, misses way inside. That loads the bases for the Yankees, and Ben Rice comes up.
Joe Torre used to talk about the mystery. The pitcher has a little mystery because he becomes unpredictable. Well, the more off-speed you throw and away from your fastball, the more predictable you do become, in my mind. Now, as a hitter, do you go up there and sit on sliders? Can you hit him? Because he's got a good one. But you can book every 2-1 count, every 3-1 count. It's going to be off-speed. So that, to me, becomes a little more predictable. And if you use your fastball just enough, you can retain that mystery a little bit more, in my mind.
Center field and right field, you don't run on them. And you go with caution on Hernandez.
What does yellow mean?
Caution.
Caution.
Do you not follow street signs?
I was trying to do a taxi joke.
Go slower.
Yes. What does yellow light mean? Slow down.
The other thing about Slater will attack the ball really, really well. He's already got 1 assist this year in the outfield. So it's one thing to have a good arm, but a guy that attacks the ball well and has a good arm, they're usually the people that throw a lot of guys out.
He goes around, according to Hanahan.
I thought he had an excellent game last night behind home plate. This is that slider down and in. It's really tempting to those left-handed hitters, that ball down and in. It just, he was over the plate. It just went below the zone.
Yankees really making the Marlins work. Yankees had 11 walks yesterday. The Marlins in the first 6 games of the season issued only 9 walks. Yankees have 3 walks so far in this one. Big cut. 2-2.
He had one thing in mind right there.
Yeah. It's just an excellent pitch. It's just below the zone. I think he would be foolish to throw a sweeper. I'd throw that slider again.
Swing and a miss. That's what he did. 2 away.
Well, it's his best pitch, and he throws a lot of them. And that's a great finish pitch to a left-handed batter, especially one that you know is looking to launch.
Third most finishes last year with his slider. Carlos Rodon was first, like 35.8. He was 35.1. He loves that slider.
1-0 on Stanton, who struck out in the second. Kind of waved to the pitch way off the outside corner. You know, one thing that Boone brought up about Stanton yesterday, he said, you look at him and you just think he's just pure power. He said he's a cerebral player, studies everything.
The other thing about always throwing those breaking balls, getting behind, is a pitcher, I think you become much more careful with your fastball. When you guys get on a 2-0 count, 3-1 count, you almost feel like you have to make a perfect pitch, and that's when you throw another ball.
Three and 1.
3-0 slider right there. Probably going to get another one here. Make sure it's a strike.
Easier said than done, though, when it has that downward break.
High pop-up. Ramirez waiting for it to come down, and he makes the play for the final out. So the Yankees leave the bases loaded in the third. We'll go to the fourth. It's 3-0 Marlins. Well, score big on authentic gear at MLBshop.com. From official jerseys and memorabilia to hats and hoodies, we've got the season covered. Visit MLBshop.com/Yankees, the official source for your Yankees gear. Cowboys scoreboard 3-0 Miami. Blackburn still warming, so in all likelihood, weather's not in for very long. Oh and 1. And a push bunt goes foul. Wells was trying to get to it with a kick foul.
So a lot of times off a left-handed pitcher or right-handed right-handed hitter, the second baseman will play way up the middle. And I used to get so nervous about guys that push bunt. Like, are you going to be able to get over to first? Because I know the pitcher's not getting over because he's left-handed.
Swing and a miss. Down goes Sanoa.
Got that splitter down. But even still, it's got a little cut on it, right?
Yeah.
A little left to right movement. That one had good depth, though.
And maybe as he gets more tired, it has more depth.
On Slater. Congratulations if you were just watching UConn beat Illinois 71-62, and the Huskies and Danny Hurley are in the final game again. Amazing. What a run.
And they had a lot of problems at the end of the year. It is amazing.
Came back from 19 down to beat Duke to get into the Final Four. That one is ripped into left field. Right there, Bellinger. 2 away. And that will do it for Weathers as Boone comes out, and we'll take Weathers with him. Signals for Blackburn. Weathers leaves trailing.
Oh, it's time for another turn of Name That Yankee, and you look there. It's 9-7, 4.75 ERA, 84 games. He was a teammate of ours.
Mark Hutton.
Wow.
He was traded for Weathers.
Yes.
Yeah.
For David Weathers.
Yeah. From Australia.
Sluggo catching there, Mike Stanley.
Lawrenson right.
I did catch him. I have proof.
Sinker slider. Ramirez swings and misses. Blackburn gave up the walk-off hit to Cal Raleigh, and the Yankees' only loss of the season. So his second appearance. Adelaide, Australia, first Australian starting pitcher in Major League history, part of the 1996 championship with the Yankees, traded to the Marlins on July 31st of 96. So he didn't pitch in the World Series, but he was on that team, got a ring. Slow roller. McMahon, and the throw will pull Rice off the bag, so a base hit for Ramirez.
There's some smart hitters on the Marlins today. That's their 7th hit. I think there's one over 95 miles per hour. One hard hit. That's it.
The only chance is a bare hand here.
Yes.
Man's got to try to bare hand this. That's his only chance.
Think about, you say Ramirez catcher doesn't run well. He runs pretty well.
He's dancing off first there.
Oh boy.
And that got the home plate umpire, Ronald Culpa.
Probably lucky that it tipped off of Wells' glove, take a little bit of that velocity off the mass, but he got hit square right here. Ooh. So you want to be an umpire?
Wow.
Michael, how would you have been with those?
Well, I'd have gone down. And the man's knees just buckled there. So 5 of the 7 hits that the Marlins have been 80 miles per hour or slower exit velocity.
Smart hitting.
That's what Weathers is thinking about now.
Like, really?
And that's another looper that dunks in for base hit. Ramirez is going to third. Who's covering third? No one. And it goes all the way to the backstop. And here comes Ramirez. He'll score. Now moving all the way to third is Marcy, and it's 4-0 Miami.
Yeah, I'm not sure why McMahon. I mean, he's way over at short. He goes after the ball, and there has to be communication where one of them doesn't go out. It goes right to third. And then Cody tries to throw it to a guy that's on the run, and it gets past McMahon.
Yeah, Blackburn's got to be backing up over there. You got to get some depth. You got to get over there. He's too close.
I think the only reason that was he didn't think that McMahon was going to get there, and he was covering third, and there was nobody backing him up.
Yeah, Corpo looks like he's having issues. Wells called out the trainer, and you appreciate his toughness, but if he's not feeling good, you got to make a move.
Job is to get over there now. You see it. Get over there, back up, get some depth. Okay, if you're going to cover third, then get there. But you get caught in between. If you see McMahon coming to the back, then you got to get some depth. But in his defense, you're right. He was caught in between, Michael. So it's a great point on you to pick that up.
Looks like we're going to make a change here. As you see the other umpire running inside to get his gear on to start calling balls and strikes. So Ron Coppola looks like his day is over.
Well, you mentioned, Joe, he really got hit hard.
Yeah.
It was flush. This is when he got hit.
Yeah, and as a catcher, you know exactly. You hear that thud, and you turn right around, and he's holding him up there. And Wells is talking to him here after that last base hit and calls out the trainers from the Yankees to come take a look at him. And I think they're encouraging. It's time to get out of the game. Yeah, that's it.
The days of taking any chances with concussions are over.
So he'll get some medical attention. We'll come back in just a moment. It's 4-0 Marlins. Yankees Baseball on Yes is brought to you in part by Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center, by your local Tri-State Genesis retailers. Learn more at genesis.com. And by the New York Lottery. This could be your lucky play. A little bit of a delay here. Ryan McMahon will scarf down a banana as they get a new home plate umpire with his equipment on after Ronald Coppola got hit with a Marcy foul tip. Right back to the mask.
Scott Berry, right? Scott Berry.
I think it's going to be Scott Barry.
Yeah.
Kind of an odd game. The Yankees are losing 4-0. It's the fourth inning, but you can't exactly say that they've been, batted around. It's just Marlins have been aggressive, and they found the hole and little dunkers here and there, and they're down 4-0.
Yeah, they're a high-contact team. Joe sort of gave us that scouting report. They're hard to whiff, and they put the ball in play.
Now, we just saw a play at third base where, Bellinger gets charged with an error, and he really didn't do anything wrong. He threw the ball at third base, and there was really nobody covering third base. It was between the two guys that were fighting for it.
Yeah, he was hitting a moving target, right?
Yeah.
A quarterback almost. It was a little behind, but everybody was caught in between, including Blackburn, who's trying to get over there. Do I cover the bag? Do I back up?
Those are the plays that are really difficult because of somewhat of a shift, and they both go after it, and they have to hustle to get back. And Jazz wouldn't have time to get over there as the second baseman, trying to hit a guy on the run, and you make an errant throw. And as catchers, sometimes, when the third baseman's way off and you throw to third, you try to hit him on the run, you always throw it on the out, the second base side. And it's just really hard to do. And it's hard to tell yourself not to throw it to the guy in the run instead of throwing to the bag.
I give Ramirez a lot of credit. He saw this right away, and he took off.
Yeah, I mean, he's a really good base runner. And the Marlins run the bases well, and they're aggressive. And they understand they have to do that because they don't hit home runs. And this is how they score.
He made a quick read right here. He saw McMahon's out of position, or they were caught in between. He never hesitated.
And if the throw is caught, he's out.
Yeah.
He took a chance, and he would have been out. But McMahon couldn't get the throw, and neither could Blackburn.
Right here reads it. He knows he's gone. He never hesitated.
So 2 quick outs by Weathers. They bring in Blackburn, an infield single, and then a single left in an E7, and a run scores. It's been that sort of night for the Yankees, where this is a season, early season, where everything has gone well. And tonight, not everything has gone well.
Yeah, the defense has been out there a long time tonight. We talked about that yesterday with the Marlins, how long they were out on the field compared to the Yankees. Well, they flipped the script, and a lot of times defenses don't play as sharp when you're out there a long time.
Well, Yankees hockey jersey night is back for 2026. Come out to Yankee Stadium on Friday, April 17th when the Yankees take on the Royals. First 18,000 guests in attendance will receive a Yankees hockey jersey courtesy of StubHub. Tickets are going fast, so get yours today at Yankees.com. Jack Hughes threw out one of the first pitches yesterday, and he said after the game, he said, once he scored that golden goal that got the United States the Olympic gold medal, he was thinking, I hope the Yankees invite me to. He's a big Yankee fan. He said he wanted to throw out the first pitch, and Meredith was right. He got his teeth fixed, and he threw out the first pitch.
Wow, his life has changed. I mean, obviously, he's a great hockey player, and he's very recognizable. But since that goal, he's probably got no rest.
He's been on the Tonight Show. Yeah, he's done it all. Well, all of the Yankees have left the field, and they're in the warmth of the dugout, except for the 3 outfielders. They're on their one knee out in the outfield, just talking amongst themselves. But they have heaters in the dugout, and as the night has gone on, it has gotten a little bit more brisk. It was pretty cold at the beginning of the night, but you see the temperature dipping, and the real feel is a little bit more than that. I got to be honest. You look around this park. This is an enormous crowd for a Saturday night where it is quite cold. This is a big crowd.
Easter weekend, Final Four tonight. This is fantastic. The outfielders, they got a little wiser, Michael. They're running into the heated bullpen.
Yep. Now, we just saw Rodon in the dugout. We'll take a look at the injury report brought to you by Montefiore Einstein, the official hospital of the New York Yankees. Rodon threw off the mound today. Next step could be a rehab assignment. Now, he's coming back from the surgery on the elbow, and also he experienced right hamstring tightness early this week when he was in Tampa, but he said that he's feeling better, and the fact that they let him throw off the mound, they're very, very careful with this. There's no need to rush anybody. The Yankees certainly have a full array of pitchers, and this is earlier today when he's throwing off the mound in the bullpen. Now, the timetable is that we kept hearing that Rodon could be back by the end of April, and Garrett Cole could be back at the end of May, but, you know, one telling sign, they did not put Cole on the 60, which they could have to clear another spot on the 40. They kept him on the 15 days, so there is a possibility he could come in or come back a little bit earlier. So Scott Barry has put on the home plate umpire gear. Also showing some toughness, David, that no sleeves here. So now the umpires on the bases, you know, they'll communicate between each other where to line up. Scott Barry, hitter friendly. He's only had 2 calls challenged. One was overturned. Fewer low strikes, fewer inside strikes. 20th major league season.
Boy, complete opposite. We had all the way to the left, pitcher friendly before. Yeah. Now we're almost going all the way to the right. Flip the script.
Isn't it a little strange that they have him be the home plate umpire? Because when you're the first base umpire, you're the home plate umpire tomorrow. Maybe they'll bring in somebody else.
Yeah, that's possible.
Ron Copel will go on the IL.
Right.
And they'll bring somebody else in. And maybe that guy they bring in will actually do the game tomorrow. It'll be Manny Gonzalez. And then,
right.
Yeah.
All right, so the outfielders coming back from the enclosed bullpen. If you've ever been back there, by the way, they have all the Yankee relief pitchers have signed the wall. And the name that just jumps out as the most beautiful signature you'll ever see is Mariano Rivera. It's like a work of art. And there it is, the one on the right there.
Well, I don't know if you've ever sat and watched him autograph like baseball.
It takes a long time.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
Twice as much as the normal person signing an autograph.
And then you see some guys that just scribble it and you can't even read it.
The guy to the left of us announcing for the Marlins, Nelson, that's a scribble.
Jeff Nelson.
Oh, Lord.
David, you have a really nice signature.
It's legible. Yeah, you can at least read it.
So is yours, Joe.
Very legible.
All right, so they give Blackburn some time to warm up. So 3 umpires the rest of the way. We are in the top of the 4th inning. It's 4-0 Marlins. Runner at third base and 2 outs. And that'll bring up Otto Lopez. Morrissey's at third. And we are about ready to resume. And a strike.
Lopez led their team in RBIs last year with 77. Very good in these situations, hitting over 300. And you see that a lot from the Marlins hitters. Not huge home run numbers. They were good in these spots.
You know, when you go back to June 13th of last year, Joe, this team has 59 wins. That's the 5th most in Major League Baseball, 3rd most in the National League. So they played a lot better ball after a real bad start last year.
And to your point there, Michael, they were 16 games under, and they got back to 500. I mean, that's not easy to do. Usually a team that's far, 16 is going the wrong way, and they got back to 500. Ended up 79 and 83, I believe.
1-2, swing and a miss. Lopez down on strikes. 1 run, 2 hits, 1 error, 1 net left. 3.5, 4-0, Miami. Well, tomorrow afternoon on Yes, the Yankees and Marlins wrap up this 3-game set here at the stadium. Coverage begins with the FanDuel Yankees pregame at 1. Then first pitch will be shortly after 1:30 on Yes and the Gotham Sports app. Max Fried's going to get the start. He's not allowed a run in his first 2 outings, and he'll oppose Chris Paddock. Again, coverage begins at 1. Game time at 1:35. So long time on the bench for Max Meyer. Let's see how that affects him. He starts off Jazz Chisholm with a strike. And a bunt. Ramirez gets Chisholm. Austin Wells comes to the plate. We take a look at his pop time on StatCast 3D by Google Cloud.
Yeah, you're going to see him get out of his stance really quickly and make a good throw to Jazz Chisholm. 1.90, and you're going to get most base runners if the pitcher gives you a chance, and that's exactly what he did there.
Accurate throw as well.
He's got arm strength, too. You know, he did that his last at bat. He chased that sweeper in, and then he got the slider out over the plate, and he was able to get a base hit. So, sweeper obviously is very deceptive.
Discussion between Barry and Wells.
I think he got something like a speck of dust in his eyes is what happened. Very windy out there and swirling.
Two on Wells.
You know, Michael, you talked about Ramirez's defense, the 19 pass balls, which was the worst, 9 more than the next guy. The blocks above average, minus 28, 13 more than the next guy. They said, though, they've seen an improvement, and those were 2 pretty good blocks.
Like to Edwards, 2-way. Well, we talked about it yesterday. They're calling all the pitches from the dugout. They think that frees both catchers up to maybe throw better and receive better and frame better, where they don't have to think about, oh, what's the next pitch going to be? And also frees them up hitting-wise, too.
Sanoja just did the same thing on Caballero. He started back and then sprinted in like you talked about the first time he was hitting.
Keeps doing the same thing. He drops the ball and he's challenging the ball call. T-Mobile ABS Challenge. He's right again. He's having some night and just barely by a lace.
Miami retains their challenges.
Yeah, it's to drop the glove and bring it up. So when you're catching it, you're bringing it up instead of pushing it down, thinking that it's a better appearance for the home plate umpire. He's thrown 4 pitches this at bat. It's a 2-2 count. He's caught one of them. And there has not been a foul ball.
Marlins with 8 hits. The Yankees just won the 2-out single by Wells in the second. And Caballero down on strikes. 1-2-3 inning for Meyer and the Marlins. We go to the 5th. It's time for the Optimum Fiber famously fast replay.
Well, in the first inning, Humberto Hernandez gets on top of this high four-seamer from Weathers and hits a triple and puts the Marlins up 2-0. And a good RBI guy for them the last couple of years.
And Hernandez leads off. Left fielder, number 5 hitter in the Marlins order. 4-8-1 Miami, 0-1-1 for the Yanks. Blackburn on a relief of Weathers.
Started some games in spring training and they got him built up to about 65 pitches, but I think it's been probably about 3 weeks since he's been that high. So you would think that he could probably give you 45 or 50 in your mind if you're trying to manage this game if the Yankees don't come back. On Roberto Hernandez. Swing and a miss, got him.
A pretty good little cutter right here, coming right in your living room at 89 miles an hour. A little bit of side to side, a little bit of downward tilt to it. Kind of like a really hard slider. You can classify that as a cutter, but it was a dandy. Perfectly located.
Who's in charge of classifying?
Statcast, Major League Baseball. Yeah. Factoring in spin and break, horizontal, vertical movement. We're trying to get pitches, all the pitches defined in certain buckets so you can compare them to other pitchers with similar movement. And then you have a baseline that you could say which one's above average or below average in terms of movement profile.
Caballero in the dirt and a scoop by Rice.
Save your infielder some errors by making this good scoop. He probably had time to get a little bit more behind it. He did a really good job on the backhand, and he ends up bouncing it over. And that's the tough one, that in-between hop. As a fielder, you always want the long hop or the short hop, and you see Blackburn appreciates it.
And the snow cone.
Yeah. Hey, those count too, Coney. It'd be easy to have a snow cone tonight.
Xavier Edwards. How about this? First 1-2-3 inning for a Yankee pitcher. Marlins go down in order. We're halfway through. Yankees Baseball on Yes is brought to you in part by Delta, the official airline of the New York Yankees. Delta, keep climbing. Added scoreboard 4-0. Marlins over the Yanks. Middle game of this 3-game set. Yankees won the home opener 8-2 yesterday. Brian McMahon will lead off against Max Meyer. One and 0. McMahon rates on an E6. That was in the third. Andrew Nardi is up.
You can see McMahon challenge.
The call is ball. Catcher is challenging.
T-Mobile ABS challenge. Ramirez is off.
The call is a strike. Miami has 2 challenges remaining.
He must have X-ray vision. I mean, none of them have been egregious. I mean, they've all been like that.
Yep.
But you can see McMahon trying to sit on that backside more, letting the ball get to him. And at times in spring training, he drove the ball really well to left field, trying to get him to probably stay inside the ball a little bit more and not to roll over.
Well, Boone said today that he did not like some of the swings in Seattle, but he felt the swings were better yesterday. And that's tipped into the glove of Ramirez. 1 away here in the 5th.
Well, this is his best pitch. And he's thrown it very well tonight, especially the lefties right there underneath their hands. It's been hard for the Yankee left-handed batters to lay off of that.
Back at the top of the order, and Trent Grisham, who's walked twice. Two away. So here's Judge, hit one to right in the first, and then drove one deep just to the right of dead center field. Was run down by Marcy.
I feel like he's getting close. You're starting to see the ball in the air a lot more.
And a strike.
And I've always thought what's really important for Aaron is when he starts a little bit open to make sure that he gets even. His toes on his both feet are even in the box. And when he does that, I think he stays in there and he's extremely dangerous.
And he hit an absolute rocket in his last at-bat to center field. Just didn't get elevated enough.
2-1 on Judge.
I always liked when he did that. Take the swing after he fouls the ball off. Reminding himself of something, probably to stay through the ball.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. 3-2. Now the new rule with the third base coach is you can back up as much as you want. You just can't back up toward the outfield. So there are a lot of base coaches that are very nervous with guys like Aaron Judge and Giancarlo Stanton at the plate. Up the middle, a base hit.
Good at bat to stay on that slider. He's hit the ball hard twice tonight. Got the ball in the air twice tonight. I mean, this is in the outfield, 106 off the bat before you can blink an eye. I mean, bam, that is centered up. Probably lucky he didn't get a little air under that one, too.
Yep, square business.
Judge had a stolen base yesterday. Yankees had 5 as a team. Now, for those not familiar with the rule, there are new rules with the base coaches. They can't back up because they feel that that's how you could steal grips and pitches from the pitcher. A lot of teams complained, so they have to be right on that back line, and they could back up toward the dugout, but not back up toward the outfield wall. So essentially, you're 90 feet away from the batter. And Dave McKay, longtime first base coach now with the Diamondbacks, said somebody's going to get really hurt. One. High drive. Right field. Slater back. Track. Wall. See ya. A 2-run home run from Bellinger. Yankees on the board. They cut the lead in half. It's 4-2.
Outs, a base hit, and then a home run, and you're right back in this game. As Cody Bellinger had so much success at this ballpark last year, getting some high fives from everyone. I mean, it's 4-2, and that could be it. I mean, you see this little spinner, David. That slider didn't have the break that all the other sliders have had. Cody took advantage of this ball that's waist high, pulls it into the right field bleachers. Outstanding swing.
Clayton McCullough takes the ball from Meyer, calls on Andrew Nardi, the left-hander. Yankees down 4-2. Well, fans, remember, if you get Yes on TV, then you get access to the Gotham Sports app for free. Download and sign in now to check out all the great Yankees content, including game highlights, post-game sound, and Cam Schlittler showing off his social media feed on the latest episode of The Grid. So here is Andrew Nardi against Ben Rice. Judge happy about the Bellinger home run. Yankees were 0 for 5 with 3 strikeouts against the Meyer slider, and then Judge had the single, and then Bellinger with the home run off that pitch. (3-0) on Rice, and Stanton's on deck. See if they green light Rice. Now he takes it. First strike, 3-1.
Tony, if you're a bet man, breaking ball or heater here?
Breaking ball.
Yeah. And you got 96 right there. Spot one down and away.
And Rice is challenging that.
Call a strike. The batter's challenging.
So it's called a strike. The ABS T-Mobile challenge. And it is a strike.
Calls a strike. New York has no more challenges.
Now he should take a little bit of a timeout here to get his head back together and say, let me get back into this at bat. Because they've had it happen the last couple days like that.
And there's ball 4. So now the lefty has to face the righty Stanton. Bottom of the 5th inning, it's 4-2 Marlins. Yankee offense finally coming alive here in the 5th. 2-out single by Judge, 2-out, 2-run home run by Bellinger, and now a walk to Rice. That brings up Stanton as a tying run. One and 0.
I thought we were getting something there. Either a challenge or ask the guy at first. I think he swung.
Ben Rice 1 for 3 on ABS challenges this season. I got a question for you, Joe. If a guy checks a swing and you're the catcher and you think it might have been a strike and it's called the ball, do you check for the swing or do you ABS it right away?
You ABS it first, I believe. I think you have to ABS it first.
And then you could point.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because if you point to first, it's too late to ABS it.
Correct.
There's ball 4. So Stanton walks on 4 pitches, and Nardi has come on and walked 2 in a row, and now has to face Chisholm. And Moscow's the pitching coach comes out to talk with Nardi. Conference is over. Chisholm is 0 for 2, popped to second, and tried to get on with the bunt, but was thrown out by Ramirez. That was in the 4th. Against his former team.
Do you think he's got a breaking ball bender?
Bender? Yes. Perfect name for one.
I mean, I think you could call their whole staff Bender.
Tying runs on base. One and 0. One. Austin Wells on deck.
The professional's ready to hit. That's what he does. Anticipates a situation that he might get called on, and he's ready.
Yankees have 3 righties on the bench, and then the backup catcher, Escala. And he waved at that 2-strike pitch, and he goes down on strikes. But the Yankees have the lead. The 2-run home run by Bellinger, and it's 4-2 Marlins after 5.
Hey everybody, Bob Lorenz with your Audi update. Orioles and Pirates, what a finish for Pittsburgh. Nick York with a full count, bottom of the 9th, all tied at 2, and over the head of the left fielder. The run comes around to score, and Pittsburgh has a walk-off win, 3-2. The Pirates have won 4 straight ball games. Guys, back to you.
Well, thank you, Bob. We go to the 6th inning. It's 4-2 Marlins. 6th inning, it's 4-2 Marlins. Jimenez leads off against Blackburn. Pitch is high, 1-0. 4-8-1 for Miami, 2-3-1 for the Yanks. Both starting pitchers are out, Weathers and Meyer. Ground ball up the middle and knocked down by Caballero. Gets up, fires it past Rice. And luckily it bangs right back to Rice. Jimenez did not make a turn, so he's okay. Ran straight through the bag.
Good effort by Caballero. It looks like when he dove, he took the wind out of himself. Ground is probably pretty hard right now at this time. He just overdove a little bit.
Landed on the ball.
Yeah, that has to hurt. Cold night like this. Ow. See him saying, hit the ball.
And a strike to Sanoa. Tim Hill getting ready. Got the Bazooka Joe look. Looped into center field, and the catch is made by Grisham. Go around the majors. Connor Griffin, what a debut for him. RBI double in his first career at bat. #1 prospect in baseball. Just signed a big long-term contract with the Pirates. He's just 19 years old. Alejandro Kirk fractured his left thumb on a foul tip yesterday and chased a Lauder. What a start for him. 5 home runs in the first 7 career games. He actually made his debut in the playoffs last year, but now getting a real run for the Guardians. 1 on, 1 out. That's going to do it for Blackburn. With Slater coming up, they are going to go to Tim Hill. Yankees Baseball on Yes is brought to you in part by your local Ford stores. Ford is proud to be the official SUV of the Yankees. And by Delta, the official airline of the New York Yankees. Delta, keep climbing. Now, before Boone made the move to Hill, McCullough had made the move to pinch hit Conine for Slater. That's when Boone countered with the lefty Hill. So he gets the matchup he wants, and Conine stays in. So lefty on left. Jimenez at first, held there by Rice. Ground ball. Chisholm gets the out at first. Moving to second is Jimenez. Sounded like a broken bat.
I believe you're right, Michael. Tim Hill does what Tim Hill does. Throws a moving strike, fills up the zone. 1 pitch, 1 out.
Cruz is ready. Runner at second base, 2 down. And here is Ramirez. He's walked and he's picked up 2 singles and scored twice. 1-0. Hill has a fearlessness about him. He just throws the ball over the plate. He thinks it moves enough, and it does, and he gets big outs.
His release point, too, serves him well with the movement he gets, but also the window.
I also think he understands that he's not going to get a ton of swing and miss, and it's just the quality of the pitch I make, and they're going to hit a ground ball, and we hope it goes to a fielder.
About 3 feet off the ground when he releases the ball.
Ramirez has done a pretty good job so far in this at bat, getting 2 balls in the air. Now they've both been foul, but he gets so many balls on the ground.
You know, the other thing about Tim Hill is right here, as you see, he's coming down, and right when he releases the ball, you can see, boy, that's where it's a little under 3 feet off the ground. The way he finishes up, it's hard to throw that low and get it at 90 miles an hour or so.
How about the leg kick at the finish? You got, I mean, that's a gunslinger.
Little leg whip, yes. I mean, there's a looseness to him. You know, they're very free and easy. The way he walks, very limber. Got a left-handed pitcher written all over him.
Someone that Paul O'Neill would probably love to face.
Believe me, I threw a lot of pitches sidearm. I mean, not quite as low as he does, but it's hard to throw 90, 91 miles an hour from that window. Makes it even tougher to pick up.
Up the middle and grabbed there by Chisholm. And he'll get Ramirez to end the inning. No runs runs, a hit, no errors. One man left on base. Hill comes right at you, and the ball comes right back at him. Well, let's check out one of tonight's player props brought to you by Bet365, where winning is everything. Paul Goldschmidt pinch hitting now for Austin Wells. And is he going to hit a home run or more? It's plus 800 if you think so. Montefiore Einstein, bottom of the sixth, 4-2 Marlins lead. So Goldschmidt pinch hitting for Wells. Escara will come in behind the plate. So Boone figures this is the time he could get Goldschmidt up because he's got Nordy in. If he waited to pinch hit for McMahon, they've got a righty up in the bullpen.
You always try to guarantee the matchup you want, and that was the only way if he hit here, as Michael was saying, because he's already faced 2 hitters. He has to face 1 more because he went back out.
And you want to get Goldschmidt some at bats.
Yeah, you got to keep him going because they're facing another right-hander tomorrow. Monday's a day off.
One and two.
In 1996, we had Darryl Strawberry off the bench and Tim Raines off the bench. And this is the first time in a while I think the Yankees feel like they've got that kind of veteran presence on their bench. It can really pay off for them. Goldschmidt already that big 3-run home run on the road trip.
In a chat, and they said no, he did not go.
He's dressed for winter. Manny Gonzalez at first base. Stocking cap on. Big coat on. Should have a scarf. MLB umpire scarf.
3-2 on Goldschmidt pinch hitting for Wells. Nordy deals. Rip foul. Caballero's on deck. 4 runs on 9 hits for Miami. 2 runs on 3 hits for the Yanks. Nardi deals. Ball 4. So pinch hit walk for Goldschmidt.
Just gives you such good at-bats against left-handers. Got behind in the count and ended up walking there. McCullough's having him stall a little bit. Get the right-hander up. Bender's in.
And he's going to signal for Bender. That'll do it for Nardi. Nardi came on and has walked 3 batters and struck out 1. So Caballero will come up as the tying run. Bender comes in. Bender against Caballero when we get back. Yankees baseball on Yes is brought to you in part by Nissan. Hop into a Nissan Rogue and hit the road to adventure. Shop NissanUSA.com. And by Optimum Fiber, famously fast fiber internet. Some of the players that have modeled both uniforms. Feature on his Hall of Fame speech said, I didn't even know the Marlins existed, so I got traded there. Anthony Bender takes over. And he'll face Caballero. It is amazing. Every at-bat, Sanoa has started deep at third and runs in furiously. If Caballero hits a hard ground ball, Sanoa's going to get hurt.
Michael, you don't think he's just trying to stay warm, do you?
Oh, we'd be doing that up here then.
He loves that sweeper, but Michael, to your point, if he was to throw him a sinker down and in, it might happen.
Last year, batters were 8 for 86 against the sweep.
Oh, it's really good. That low arm angle you're talking about, he's got a real low arm, and he's got a really good sinker that he'll talk about low. He hits 98.
Years old, 4th big league season. 2.16 ERA in 50 innings last year, but shin splints ended his season in August. He gets hit. Wow. Caballero takes first and second now.
And you hope they got some of that pad, because that's 97, and that ball spinning and just chasing you. Did it get the pad? It looked like it did. Yeah, that's a really good job.
The 7 too.
Like Caballero to get that bicep out of the way and the shoulder out of the way.
So here's McMahon. He's 0 for 2.
Marlins are anticipating a bunt at third base.
And he takes it for a strike. He did show bunt.
Probably not something he's done a lot in his career. One time.
But the obvious key here for McMahon is reading the middle infielders and making sure that the wheel play's not on, and then secondarily bunt it to the third baseman, make the third baseman field it so he vacates the bag.
And I always found the easiest pitch to bunt was a breaking ball, because it's slower. You know, you're throwing 97, 98 with that sink to it, you're going to bunt it over the top of it, and you're probably going to foul it off. The breaking ball, that first one he had, was a really good one to do it, to push it towards third. He wants to get a breaking ball out over the plate, which will make it easier for him.
Not bunting. And he takes a strike.
Pretty good calculation by Aaron to anticipate that he was going to get a fastball there. He just wasn't able to pull the trigger.
Strike 3. Not a great at bat. And he's down looking.
And there's that sweeper you were talking about, Coney. Woo, it's pretty good.
Yes. Tight. It's a strike. It's right there.
So that'll bring up Grisham. 0 for 1, 2 walks. There's a ground ball, base hit through the left side. Goldschmidt's being sent home. The throw is cut off. It's an RBI single for Grisham, and the Yankees have pulled to within 1.
Just a really good job by Grisham to take this ball the other way that's out over the plate. And I was a little surprised they cut it, because I thought there was a possible play at home. See, goalie, I mean, the left fielder gets to it really quick. Rojas waving, and he cuts it. He probably would have been safe, and Caballero, being aggressive, would have went to third base and the ball went through.
That ball was leaking oil, the throw. It was losing steam.
So here's Judge. Judge singled his last time up. Then the second baseman, Edwards, playing almost on the bag to check back Caballero. And then backpedals once the pitch is delivered.
And if you're Caballero, the one thing that you don't want to do is dance around, because sometimes that distracts the hitter. If you're going to go, go. There are a lot of hitters that don't like it, and it's usually the left-handed hitter, because he's kind of looking out that way towards short more than a right-handed hitter.
Starting with Judge's single, which came with 2 outs in the 5th, 7 of the 9 Yankees have reached base, and they've cut the lead from 4-0 to 4-3. Ground ball, fair, inside first and down the right field line. Caballero scores. Grisham will stop at third. It's an RBI single for Judge, and the Yankees have tied the game at 4.
Well, this inning all started with a good at-bat from Paul Goldschmidt, and that's not a hit that you see from Aaron Judge very often. I mean, there's nothing you can do about it if you're the first baseman, and he hits it down the right field line for an RBI single. And all of a sudden, you look up, and Aaron Judge has got 7 RBIs in 8 games, and it happens fast for him.
Grisham and Judge both. Ground balls the other way. That you just didn't expect, but making contact, tying the game.
Marlins go to the bullpen again. Yankees have tied the score. Runners on first and third. Well, tomorrow afternoon on Yes, the Yankees and Marlins wrap up their 3-game set here at the stadium. Coverage begins with the FanDuel Yankees pregame at 1. Then first pitch will be shortly after 1:30 on Yes and the Gotham Sports app. On the mound for the Yankees, Max Fried gets the start. He is yet to allow a run in its first 2 outings. John King, the second lefty in the bullpen, will come on for the Marlins to face Cody Bellinger. First and third, 1 man out.
You know, Michael, I find this interesting because over the last 3 years, Cody's been better against left-handers compared to right-handers. And then you see what he did last year, the best left-hander against left-handers. John King is a ground ball specialist.
Hit shortly, foul. Just eluded the diving Norby, but it's a foul ball.
Coming off the bag and oof. If it's fair, I think he catches it.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's an interesting move. Sometimes as a manager, you just don't believe that a lefty's better against a lefty.
Infield in. Fly ball left field. Tagging Grisham. Hernandez with the catch. Here's the throw. Here's the play. He's safe. He is in there, and the Yankees take a 5-4 lead. A sac fly by Bellinger. Let's see if the Marlins will challenge. They will not. The run scores, and the Yankees have taken the lead.
Good base running, good read. Luis Rojas is, yes, you're going. He's moving away from it. He was drifting a little bit, the left fielder, before he caught it. That was the difference. And also an excellent slide at the end. And yes, he did.
And just that little bit, the Ramirez reach for the ball allows him to be safe. I still think catchers, right? They talk about you have to give them a spot to slide. I still think you could put your foot on the third base line, but none of them do it because they're afraid they're going to get caught. And he gets away from the tag because he's too far in front of home plate.
And on the tag, Judge advances second, so he is in scoring position. Also, if you look at the slide by Grisham, a very awkward turn of the foot. I don't know if it was on purpose, but it looked like he could have been twisting it, but see right here. Yes. But he seems like he's okay.
That's the one rule I wish they would change. You know, we've had these rule changes. I think if you break the plane of the plate, you should be safe. Because to touch the base, I mean, I think it's dangerous with the spikes, you know, because it's not elevated like a second base or a third base. I think if you break the plane, you should be safe.
Just like the NFL, end zone.
Yeah. Now, if home plate was elevated, I wouldn't say that.
Two and two on Rice. Rice 0 for 2 with a walk. In on the hands, fouled away. It all started with a pinch hit walk by Goldschmidt.
It's MVP row right there.
Got to find Judge. Complete it.
Yeah. Get him in here, score him here, and put him right between them.
3 and 2. Yankees down 4-0. They've come all the way back to take a 5-4 lead. We're in the bottom of the 6th. Judge leads off second. Swing and a miss. Rice down on strikes. But the Yankees get the lead. A big hit the other way by Grisham. And then Judge takes one right down the first base line. The Yankees coming all the way back. And then this sac fly and this great slide by Grisham. And the Yankees are up by 1. We go to the 7th inning on the Ford scoreboard, and the Yankees lead 5-4. They were trailing 4-0 after 3.5, but 2 in the 5th and 3 in the 6th. And the Yankees have come back to take a 1-run lead. Now it's in the bullpen's hand. Ascara takes over behind the plate as Goldschmidt pinch hit for Wells.
That Yankee outfield we just showed there had an impact on this game. That was offensively the most productive outfield in the big leagues by a long shot last year. And a lot of it, obviously, Aaron Judge and the numbers he put up. But Grisham and Bellinger, offensively?
Yeah, really good as well. 34 home runs from Grisham, 98 RBIs from Bellinger.
And they all play good defense as well. So, yeah, I mean, you're looking at arguably the best outfield in the big leagues. It certainly was last year. Got a chance to be again this year.
1-1 on Marcy as Hill's still in there. He got the final 2 outs of the 6th inning. So now it's going to be a study on how Boone deploys the bullpen to get the final 9 outs. Didn't use Bednar yesterday, so Bednar fully available today. Everybody in the bullpen, I believe, is good to go. Calvin Fauché is warming for the Marlins in their bullpen.
And I would think for the Marlins that you'll see Casey and Hicks start to loosen on you know, they're in the didn't start today. The most productive hitters for the Marlins are both left-hander.
Left field, Bellinger's there. 1 down here in the 7th. So that's going to do it for Hill. And Boone's going to call on Cruz with Lopez and Hernandez due up. Well, as Joe said, McCullough has a lot of lefties on the bench to deploy. 8 outs to go for the Yankees. How will they get it? Boone starts with Cruz. Stay tuned. Well, help America's heroes. Donate $11 a month and amplify your impact with a car or land donation. Go to t2t.org. Fernando Cruz. Almost 50% strikeouts last year with the splitter. 3 strikeouts in 2 innings so far this year.
I thought that was called that pitch, not the splitter.
We'll get to it. There's a strike. There's that pitch.
There it is.
Just the bottom falls out of it. When he's been exceptionally sharp with that pitch this year so far. He had an excellent road trip. He's really been locked in.
Strike 3. Lopez down looking.
I almost thought he played the clock game there, Coney. He sat there and waited, and players don't like to stand in one position, whether you're a base runner or not, and then he drops that on him.
I agree. I think absolutely he was. He waited till there was 1 second left. You know, as a hitter, you almost have to wait till the 10-second part to step in and acknowledge the pitcher, not give him too much time.
Alberto Hernandez pops it up. Chisholm will put it away. And the Marlins go down in order 1-2-3 against 2 Yankee pitchers. At the end of 6.5, it's time for the 7th inning stretch. Yankees lead this one 5-4, but will stay right here as they honor America on this Saturday evening in the Bronx.
Ladies and gentlemen, will you please rise and remove your caps and direct your attention to the area behind home plate as the New York Yankees welcome honored military guests. United States Army Sergeant First Class Matthew Sirianni of the Massapequa Park, who has been serving in the Army since 2013. The Yankees say thank you, Matthew. Sacrifice and service to our nation. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please join us in singing along with Robert Merrill's rendition of God Bless America.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above. From the mountains to the prairies, to the ocean, white with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet home.
Time for your Ford Studio update. Bob and Adam with you, and patience definitely paying off for the Yankees tonight.
Yeah, they did a great job early, I thought, even against Meyer, not swinging at balls. He was just kind of beating them in the zone. They stick with that approach. Goldschmidt draws a leadoff walk there, sparks the comeback. Yankees now in charge.
Yeah, they look very good. We're going to break all this coming down on the postgame with Todd Frazier. Meredith Morakovitz, of course, doing interviews. We'll hear from Aaron Boone and more. Guys, we'll get it back to you. Look forward to seeing you on the WB Mason postgame.
Yankees lead 5-4 as we go to the bottom of the 7th inning. Max Meyer went 4 2/3. Hernandez, a 2-run triple. Ryan Weathers struggled 3 2/3 innings. And Cody Bellinger's had a big night. 1 for 2, a home run, a sac fly, and 3 runs batted in. Calvin Fauché takes over, and he will face Giancarlo Stanton to start the bottom of the 7th. Stanton walked his last time up, 0 for 2. Marlins about hit the Yankees, but the Yankees lead 5-4. Marlins have 9 hits, the Yankees with 5.
Again, the Yankees have taken advantage of free base runners. 7 total, 6 walks, a hit by pitch.
11 walks yesterday, 6 walks today. And a strike. Taken all the way, 3-1. Stanton, Chisholm, and a scar.
Interesting decision here for him. Do you pinch run for him to try to get that extra run with nobody out, or do you wait? Is it too early? Because he has a chance to hit in the 9th again.
Looks like they're going to keep him there and not go to the bench. Could have gone with Rosario or Grichuk. Those are the 2 that's left over. You've already used Goldschmidt and Escar.
I think you got it right, Skip. Save that at bat.
Up and away to Chisholm. Jazz is 0 for 3 tonight. Jazz got a hit when he wasn't playing. Last series against the Marlins, he hit a fly ball down the left field line, and Leo Rivas, the shortstop, came over, got to it, and then dropped the ball, and it was scored an E6. Rivas then appealed to the official score, said that shouldn't be an error, and they gave Chisholm a double.
I agree. I mean, I thought the same thing. He was playing way over. He had to run a long way, converging all 3 at once. That was not an easy play.
I was wondering where you were going with that when you said he got a hit and he wasn't even playing.
Yep. Sometimes you get a gift from the baseball gods. Now, Jazz does not like that call, but the Yankees are out of challenges.
This is one of the reasons why I like the challenge system, because every hitter thinks every pitch is a ball, and every pitcher thinks that every pitch is a strike. They're both finding out. It's a great equalizer for everyone.
They are not holding Stanton. He takes off. The throw to second. How about that? They don't need any pinch runner, Joe. They were playing behind Stanton. He said, I'm going.
Really heads up play by Giancarlo Stanton. The guys on the bench are laughing, but like that's what happened. That's a smart baseball player. He sees that Fauché is not that quick, and I mean, I was surprised the other day when he took the extra base on the wild pitch. He didn't get too far away from his catcher. He's running well.
Pitch called a strike on Escar. 0-1. His first at bat. Ground grounded to the shortstop. Lopez gets a score, moving to third is Stanton.
Joe, you talked about Giancarlo Stanton taking the extra base on the wild pitch in Seattle. I spoke to him in the clubhouse after the game, and he said he thought maybe that one got away a little bit further than he did. He wasn't quite sure that he was going to make it. He made it, so it was all good, but he did say afterwards, I need to be a little bit more sure next time I decide to do that.
It's Caballero 0 for 2 with a walk and a run scored. Stanton is at third. Poche deals a strike. Oh. And that gets away. Here comes Stanton. He scores, and the Yankees lead 6-4. So Stanton's wheels get the Yankees a run.
I mean, that's a lot harder than him hitting the home run. I know that. Steal second, go to third on a ground ball and score on a wild pitch. I mean, he's had his problems in the past. Ramirez talking about all the blocks against above average. He was minus 28 last year. The closest to that was Perez in Kansas City at minus 15.
And if you had Giancarlo Stanton with a stolen base this year at any time, then you should go to Vegas right now.
And that was scored a pass ball, and Caballero strikes out. So a stolen base, moved to third on a grounder, and here he comes with the Yankees' 6th run. Stanton carrying the load. Yankees up by 2. Giancarlo Stanton not being held, and with the beautiful sound of This Week in Baseball, he's using his wheels. He gets a stolen base. Oh yeah. Then he moves to third on a ground ball, and here he comes in slow-mo, checking out if that throw is coming. You can hear Mel Allen go, how about that?
How about that?
Teammates love it. Camilo Doval comes on for the Yankees to pitch the 8th inning.
That's the great thing about our game is we see things that we never expect to see.
Send that clip into the Emmy reel right there.
Yeah.
Liam Hicks pinch hits for Norby and rips one foul. Hicks has gotten off to a great start, as you can see. 3 home runs, 12 ribbies.
He's been really, really good against the breaking ball. Has struggled against fastballs this year. The Yankees did a good job yesterday against him. So that pitch was classified as a cutter, and I thought it went the other way.
It did. You know, Liam Hicks is from Toronto, Canada. You know, if you watch him from the left side, you almost see a little bit of Matt Stairs style-wise. Another really good left-handed Canadian hitter. Kind of similar leg kick. Matt Stairs could hit.
He found that swing one night late in his hotel room, and I think he had went out a little bit.
And that's past the diving Jazz into right field. Pinch hit single for Hicks. His hot start continues.
Yeah, and he continues to hit the ball hard, and he continues to pull the ball. That's something that he's done a lot more this year, and you see Jazz lay out. He almost gets there. If he's able to catch that ball, he's going to get Hicks out because it was hit so hard. Just out of his reach.
So here's Edwards. Though his first name is spelled like the college, Xavier, he asked that his name be pronounced Xavier, so it's Xavier Edwards. So 2-0 on Edwards with a runner on first. Edwards is the tying run. Yankees lead 6-4. They trail 4-0 after 3.5.
Yeah, he's struggling right now to get ahead in the count. And then you can't get the chases that you want to get. Edwards a much better hitter from the left side.
Pinch hit by Hicks, the 10th hit for the Marlins. Three and two. Brent Hedrick is up for the Yankees in their pen. Another base hit. Judge cutting over will play it off the wall. Hicks is going to stop at third. It's a double for Edwards. And now the tying run's in scoring position for the Marlins. Second and third, nobody out.
Edwards since 2024 has hit .302, fifth in all of baseball. A lot of it comes from this side. It's a much better hitter, but he's had a hit and he's scored a run in 8 straight games.
And a slider right in his wheelhouse. Drills it.
And if you're a Scar and Duvall here, you have to think about give him 1, don't give him 2. I mean, that's what you have a 2-run lead. You can give him 1 run. Don't get in trouble and don't get behind and don't get passive because you're not trying to give up 1. Just keep the lead.
This copyrighted telecast presented by authority of the New York Yankees. It may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the New York Yankees. We saw him yesterday. Michael Peterson warming again for the Marlins. So Matt Blake has a talk with Camilo Doval. Yankees will play the infield back except at third. They want to keep a ground ball from squeaking through for 2 runs. Pitch up and away. And Owen Casey pinch hitting for Leo Jimenez. And a strike.
Dangerous hitter. 1 for 3 in this series with a home run. A lot of raw power.
One and 2.
It almost looked like he's just trying to hit a ground ball to second base, get him over, get him in. He was leaking there.
Second and third. Nobody out. 1-2 count on the pinch hitter Casey. Yankees up by 2. 6-5-1 for the Yanks, 4-11-1 for Miami. Four lefty hitters on the bench at the start of the game for the Marlins now. Just Graham Pauley remains. And the 2-2. Swing and a miss. Big strikeout on the slider. Casey goes down on strikes.
Big finish pitch right here. Down and in. The slider. Make sure you get it in there. He does. The old back leg slider. When you get it there, it's almost unhittable for lefties.
Here's Javier Sanoa. One and 0. Nice backhand grab there by Escara. You don't run on Bellinger or Judge. Run with caution against Grisham. Slow roller, and it's foul.
Sanoa listed as 5'7", 150. From Venezuela, but yeah, I mean that's a baseball player right there, right? I mean, 5'7", 150. You can do it in this game.
Ronald Torres was less than that.
Yes, he was, wasn't he?
Torres was about 142.
Grounded inside third and down the left field line. That'll tie the score. Bellinger fields will fire into second, and it is a big base hit for Sanoa, and the game is tied at 6.
Continues to be productive wherever you put him. This ball ends up down and in. It looks like it's a backup slider, and he's able to pull it down the line. If he gets it where he wants, I think he probably is a swing and a miss. But it backed up, and it happens at times, and it's frustrating. Now the Yankees are going to make a change.
They're going to go to Hedrick with Conine due up. So a tough performance for Doval. The game is tied at 6 here in the 8th. Well, Doval struggled, and he's not happy with himself. Missed the spot by a lot and got hurt. Sanoa picks up the 2-run double and tie the game. So now he'll watch as Brent Hedrick comes on, and we'll try to keep that runner stranded. Go ahead, run at second, one man out. Conine takes inside. He pinch hit for Slater in the 6th, and he grounded out the 2nd.
He looked really good last night. Pitched an inning, a couple of strikeouts.
9-1-2 coming up for the Yankees in the bottom of the 8th.
You know, that's the pitch right there that could take Hedrick to the next level. That slider. He's got a good splitter, off-speed pitch. He gets out righties very well. But that slider to lefties would serve him exceptionally well.
Fly ball. Grisham drifts back, makes the catch, tagging Sanoa. And he'll go to third, standing. The throw comes into Caballero. So a runner on third with 2 outs. And that brings up Ramirez.
You got to be careful here. Ramirez has had good at-bats all night. Marcy, who struggled, is 1 for 4 tonight. Was hitting 115 coming into the game. To me, you have an open base, and I'm not saying you intentionally walking, but you can't let him beat you here.
Want to know. And they are going to intentionally walk him. And they'll take their chance lefty-lefty now against Marcy.
No matter what happens, I think it's the right move. Absolutely. Marcy struggled with fastballs in, and he struggled with breaking balls today. And he just has not looked like what he looked like last year.
Even though Hedrick gets out right-handers at a high rate.
And Marcy hit left-handers better than he did right-handers last year. He hit 324. But I still think it's the right move.
Yeah, real-time information, right?
Yes.
One guy's struggling, one guy's swinging about well.
Sometimes you got to go with what your eyes are telling you.
One and 0. Sanoa, the go-ahead run at third. Ramirez at first. 2 men out. Marcy 1 for 4 tonight. High drive into right center. Cutting over is Grisham, and he puts it away for the final out. So Hedrick comes on and does the job. But the Marlins tie the score. Well, fans, after the final out, get highlights, analysis, clubhouse interviews, and we'll hear from Aaron Boone on the manager's report. It's all coming up on the W.B. Mason Yankees postgame. So a seesaw battle, 4-0 Marlins, and the Yankees take a 6-4 lead. The Marlins tied up with 2 in the 8th. Hyundai scoreboard at 6-6, bottom of the 8th inning. Liam Hicks takes over at first base. Michael Peterson takes over on the mound. Each manager coming close to using the full 26 men on the roster. All their relief pitchers, they're emptying the boat out there, and the bench as well.
Got a fly ball pitcher here, Coney, and a couple left-handed hitters.
It's the 7th inning yesterday, allowed a home run to Ben Rice. 2-1. Yankee closer David Bednar warming up. Game tied after 8 innings. There's no save situation after that, so you use your guy in the 9th. Same situation on the road. They didn't use him because there is a save situation in extra innings. So at home, you use him in the 9th. You use your best right away. They'd love it to be a save situation. Three and 2 on McMahon. McMahon's 0 for 3 tonight. 1 for 20 on the season. Grisham on deck. And he works a walk. Big walk for McMahon. Another nice night for Grisham. 1 for 2, RBI single, 2 walks. And a great slide to score a run on a sac fly by Bellinger.
I like how he taps it with the ball.
Pitcher's called a ball. The catcher's challenging.
Boy, he's been spot on tonight. I mean, less than an inch every time.
Pitch is a strike. Miami has 2 challenges remaining.
We all thought that this, challenge system would hurt catchers and framing. Actually, no, it's enhanced catching. Give them a new skill set to use.
Ramirez 4 for 4 in ABS challenges tonight.
And they've all pretty much been borderline pitches. I mean, truly borderline pitches.
On Grisham. Grisham has a really good eye. 3 walks yesterday, 2 walks today. Judge on deck, talking things over with Bellinger.
See him looking over to the coach to see what pitch is called.
High fly ball. Marcy back, he makes the play. Tagging as McMahon just draws the throw. So here's the captain. Judge 2 for 4. Couple of singles. A ribby and a run scored.
You know what's amazing to me is you looked at his stats there, and his numbers are obviously starting to rise, and you see an 810 OPS. You say this guy's having a good year, but for Judge, you're thinking about 200 points short. That's how good he is.
On Judge.
It's like Ben Rice, if you look at the scoreboard, went and stole his OPS. Aaron Judge is Ben Rice is at 1227.
That one just missed low. Good take by Judge. 3-0 and no challenge by Ramirez. And there's ball 4. So that moves McMahon, the go-ahead run, into scoring position. First and second, 1 man out for Bellinger.
That was one of those unintentional, intentional walks. You're going to have to chase.
Yes.
That's the only thing you're going to get.
Good night for Bellinger. His 2-run home run got the Yankees on the board, turned 4-0 into 4-2.
Look for Bellinger to be very aggressive first pitch. Anything in the zone, especially middle in.
Well, the home run that he hit in the 5th inning, we'll take a look at the exit velocity presented by Spectrum. 105.5 off the bat, traveled 394 feet. Almost hit him, jackknifed out of the way, 1-1. Driven deep to right enough. Conine there, kind of hung up there. Just a long second out.
You know, it sounded like he broke his bat on that. It's maybe got it off just a little bit off the end. Man, he had a good swing too. Yeah, you can hear it there. There's just that little bit of run at the end, and he knows.
Yeah, Peterson got it away from him just enough.
Yeah.
And with Rice due up, another trip to the mound by Moskos.
What are you telling here? Whatever you did yesterday, don't do it today. Aren't you calling the pitches? Or the guy next to you is calling the pitches? Yeah. He doesn't actually call the pitches. Their assistant pitching coach does.
A little reminder of the scouting report, possibly, but
home run yesterday after he had just hit one foul. Oh, man, that was loud going. And the question was, did it have enough height to get out of here? He hit it so hard, and he got on top of it a little bit. Boy, that ball got out quick.
A big spot right here. He's 0 for 3 with a walk. And the 3, all strikeouts. He had 3 strikeouts yesterday.
The interesting thing about the meeting, though, is you're calling the pitches, so you're going to say, okay, fastball up, fastball in, fastball away. You're telling him where to throw the ball. So why do you need to go over the scouting report?
Maybe make sure that you're executing whatever they call for you in the right location.
As Jason Beret once told me, I don't have a Nintendo controller in my pocket.
Yes. 2-0 on Rice. 6-6 game, bottom of the 8th inning. Stanton's on deck. Peterson deals. All 4 bases are loaded. 3 walks for the Yankees in the inning.
Think about that, Coney. That's how far Ben Rice has come in a couple of years. The beating was for him. It wasn't for Bellinger. It wasn't for Stanton. And I'm not taking anything away from those 2 guys because they're extremely dangerous. And this is a dangerous situation. But that's how they feel about Rice.
I agree. That's how good he's been and what a presence he is now in the lineup.
2nd straight game, the Yankees have worked 11 walks. Stanton has 2 of them. Swings through the change. Stanton got him with his speed in the 7th. One and 1. 2 straight changeups. First time since June of 1997. Also, the Marlins that the Yankees have had 10 or more walks in back-to-back games. One and 2. Count levels at 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, bases loaded. 6-6 game.
No, it almost looks like the catcher gets crossed up, but again, a right-hander changeup, you're expecting it to go in to Stanton, not away. So you're kind of anticipating you're pushing to your left if you're the catcher, not to your right.
All the way, they'll do it again. Nail-biting time. Bottom of the 8th inning, 6-6. Another foul ball. Ground ball and through for a base hit. McMahon scores. Here comes Judge. He'll score. It's a 2-run single for Stanton. He beat him with his feet, and then he beats him with the bat. 8-6 Yanks.
I love that call, Michael. He beat him with his feet, then he beat him with his bat. And he hits the hardest ground balls I have ever seen. This ball just gets through the infield, and he even gets jammed a little bit. But he's actually leaning. He's thinking that he's going to have to beat it out at first. And Lopez didn't get his glove down. I think it skidded on him, and he thought he had a chance for it, but it was by him. And that's a big hit. You see the reaction from his teammates. Peterson's like, oh, my God, I thought I had him out.
Yeah, that ball stayed down. That ball stayed down on the shortstop.
Turn him loose.
And that's off the glove of Ramirez. Rice will score, and the Yankees lead 9-6.
Now it looks like they're going to run for Stanton now that there's 2 outs. You're hoping he doesn't have to hit again in this game, and you're going to try to get one more run if you got a chance.
A backup breaking ball. A little slider supposed to break one way. It went the other way. It got crossed up. Or double crossed, rather. Off the glove and another run in.
That's the hardest pitch to catch is a backup breaking ball, because you're anticipating it going one way and it goes the other. I used to get so mad when they give me a pass ball. I'm like, pass ball? That's a wild pitch.
Grichuk pinch runs, and that's lofted to the left side. Sano in foul territory will make the play, and that'll do it. But the Yankees put up a 3 spot in the bottom of the 8th. They lead 9-6 as we go to the 9th.
Well, we're going to look at this pitch by pitch to Giancarlo Stanton. Starts him off with a changeup. He's able to swing through it. Throws him one that's up in the zone. We got a 1-1 count. He's going to come up with his slider that's really good. Got good bite. Then he throws him another changeup. It's 2-2. Fouls off this fastball. He had a pitch to hit. Fouls off another one. Throws him another changeup that runs in, but not enough. And he's able to get it by Lopez, and the Yankees take the lead 8-6 at that point. Score another one. A really good night for Giancarlo. Again, base running, hitting, just doing it all.
Yankees up by 3. Bednar comes on to try to close it out. He'll face Lopez. Bednar had an adventure, 40-pitch adventure on Wednesday in Seattle against the Mariners, but ended up closing it out. Two and 0. On Lopez. Lopez tonight is 0 for 3. He singled and he scored. Check that. He's 1 for 4 with 2 strikeouts. So the single came in the first and 0 for 3 since then. Gets the call on that one. 2-2. Ground ball, Jazz Chisholm right there. Takes his time, and you know what? Took too much time. Lopez beat it out. Gathered, thought about it, fired to first, and Lopez gets an infield single.
just beats the throw. Yeah. I mean, that's an out that the Yankees have to have. I mean, this is a routine out. It looked like he fouled the ball a little bit when he went to get it the first time. You can see Lopez is frustrated. He thinks he's out, and then he ends up beating it out. But I think Jazz fumbled it when he went into his glove to get the ball.
Yeah, he got caught flat-footed.
0-1 on Heriberto Hernandez. Slow roller. McMahon's been throwing many in the dirt, and his first baseman have helped him out, both Rice and Goldschmidt. They get the out there as Lopez moves to second.
He has to charge this ball hard. Makes a good transfer, gets it where he wants to, ends up throwing it low. A really good scoop. You get the short hop, which is a lot easier. But as much as you say it's sometimes it's hard not to take your at-bats to the field. It's just hard. I don't care who you are.
Here's Liam Hicks. Hicks pinch hit in the 8th inning and single. Off to a great start.
Bednar's been outstanding, but you've gotten yourself with a 3-run lead, a runner on second, but you're getting to the dangerous part of the lineup. The guys that have really hit so far for them this year. Hicks, Edwards, Casey.
Dropped a curveball in for a strike. Bednar is one of those closers that has starter stuff. He's got a full array of pitches. Usually closers have that one big pitch they can get outs on. He's got about 3.
Well, he could drop that curveball over when he needs strikes. That's an equalizer for him.
And he doesn't have to show his split or his fastball. So he's got different ways to get you out. I love it.
The big batter right here. He gets on. All of a sudden, the tying run comes to the plate. Now, I know there was a little bit of a delay because Ronald Culpa having to lead the game, but this is a pre-pitch clock game. We're closing in on 3:45.
11 walks don't help.
Yeah. The Yankees don't have challenges, so that is called a ball and a walk to Liam Hicks.
And that's when you'd love to have your challenge. We'll get another look at this, and it's actually up.
It was up.
Yeah. Short catcher. Hitting. You know, it's interesting. You know, you're seeing a Scar go in front of home plate, giving the sign for where he's throwing, either the third or second. Used to have signs. Now they bend over and you touch their knee.
So here's Edwards. 2 for 3 with a walk tonight. Yesterday, he connected for a home run.
Yeah, his first of the year. He only hit 3 last year. He looks a little bigger and stronger to me this year. And it's a no doubter. And again, it comes left-handed. He's such a better hitter left-handed. He's dangerous.
Yeah, hits 320 against righties and 257 against lefties. 1-1. Yankees have used 7 pitchers, and the Marlins 6. 9-6 Yankees lead. We're in the 9th. First and second. 1 man out.
He is just missing with some of his splitters. And Ron Culpa, who was a pitcher's umpire, you got a guy that's a hitter's umpire, and you have no challenges left. They have some, but the Yankees don't.
That was challenged. If you could challenge, it would have been changed. Marlins have their closer up just in case. Pete Fairbanks.
He seems to just like the Florida teams.
Longtime Ray. Two. Ground ball and through for a base hit. Lopez scores. Bellinger flips the ball in. It's a single for Edwards and an RBI, and it's 9-7 Yankees.
Contact pays again. We talked about it. The common theme with the Marlins is they put the ball in play. You can see he's fooled. He's out in front, but hits it in the right spot. Keeps the line moving for the Marlins.
And a trip to the mound. And it all started with that infield single where Jazz was flat-footed and took time to gather, and Lopez beat it out.
Yeah, I like Caballero kind of tapping Jazz on the back. Basically tell him, turn the page. You know, make a play now. Make a play. Doesn't matter. You can't do anything about it. Make a play now.
And here's a dangerous Owen Casey. Pinch hit in the 8th inning and struck out. Last 2 appearances, 40 on Wednesday, and now he's thrown 19 so far tonight. He gets ball strike.
He could use a nice little 4-6-3 here.
His best chance to get the ball on the ground is with his splitter. Now that he's ahead, he could utilize it.
0-2.
You know, he takes some interesting swings where he's kind of coming out of the box, but he's able to keep his head down, right? He's actually out in front of it, and he's kind of falling backwards.
One and two.
Setting him up for that low split, Coney?
I would go that route. I would stay away from that down and in curveball to this guy in this spot, unless you're bouncing it.
He has hit a walk-off homer on a changeup this year, so you got to make sure you get it below the zone.
2-2. Sanoa, no joke, he's on deck. Got that big 2-run double in the 8th inning. That tied the game at 6. Strike 3. And Casey is going to challenge.
The batter is challenging the strike call.
T-Mobile ABS challenge. And he's right. It's overturned.
It is a ball.
Really
Primary change for challenges.
So now it's a full count. Challenge system has not been the Yankee friend tonight. Swing and a miss. A more conventional strikeout. You can't challenge that.
That's the pitch that I like at this spot. Down and away and soft. You can't hook that out of the park when you get it down there. Great execution.
You can see his hips kind of going towards the first base dugout, and that's why he runs out of bat. He's going to have to learn to stay in it and drive that ball to left center. See McMahon playing very deep. Nothing can get by him on that on his right side. He's already has one double down there, and they're telling him to maybe come in a little bit just in case he bunts.
And there's a history between these two. Bednar's Yankee debut August 1st in Miami. He gave up a tying home run to Sanoa. And you know he knows that, and Sanoa knows it. Foul back. Kind of a cold mist here at the stadium.
Looks lovely out there.
It's turned into a really raw night.
It was 70 degrees today in Central Park.
One and two. Spoiled that one. Crowd of 44,150. Looking for the final out. 1-2. Ground ball through for a base hit. Hicks will be held at third, and the bases are loaded for the Marlins.
Yeah, he's had some good at-bats these last two, a double. And this one, it's a fastball. He didn't get it high enough. He had a hard time getting on top of the ones that were a little bit above that. But he gets on top of this one and pulls it through the hole. Now they have the bases loaded with Griffin Conine up.
And once again, a big workload for Bednar as he tries to close this out. Got the curveball in there for a strike to start it off.
It's almost like it's a free strike for him if he's able to land it.
I agree, especially to a left-handed batter.
Yankees are a strike away.
And the way it really helps him is he doesn't have to show him the splitter yet, and he can get ahead. And now he can expand with it if he wants. He can go up with his fastball.
The 0-2. Swung on and missed. The Yankees hold on. A wild one here in the Bronx as the Yankees take it 9-7.
A nice comeback for the Yankees. It looked like a night when this game might get away from them, but no, they came back and snatched it. Bellinger got it going. Giancarlo Stanton on the base pass of all things, and then Bednar at the end, another splitter down. Swung right over the top of.
Well, once again, they take advantage of a lot of walks by the Marlins pitchers and some timely hitting. And Bednar closes it out and overcomes a ball that should have been an out. And he picks up his teammate, and they move on.
And the Yankees now 7-1. And they get a chance to celebrate. The night doesn't seem as long and as cold if you end up with a win.
Yeah, big crowd tonight that hung in here till the end. They deserve to see that. And they were happy to see the Yankees come back and close it out.
Well, it's good to see the Yankees scoring runs, too. I mean, that's what they do. They usually pound the baseball. And again, they just played a very good game where they came from behind.
Trailing 4-0, they win 9-7. Take the first two of this series. We'll be back. Yankees win this one. We take a look at the game-changing drive of the game brought to you by Audi and the all-new Audi Q3.
Well, Yankees down 4-0 at this point. This blast by Bellinger gave the Yankees hope, and it was at that point that is 4-2. And the Yankees said, "Hey, wait a minute, we're going to come back here," and indeed they did, led by that blast.
Take a look now at the Chevy player of the game.
Well, Giancarlo Stanton in the 6th inning scored a run all by himself, and it's usually a home run, but he walks. He steals second. They're not holding him on. It's over on a ground ball, and then scores on a wild pitch. But he's not done yet, Michael. Bases loaded in the bottom of the 8th. He hits his 2-run single that puts him up 8-6. A wonderful night for Giancarlo, and then they finally pinch ran for him.
And we will hear from him on the postgame show with Meredith. 9-6-1 for the Yankees, 7-15-1 for the Marlins. How about the time of the game? 3:49. Hedrick will pick up the win. David Bednar, his fourth save. Michael Peterson took the loss. Hernandez a 2-run triple, and we told you what Stanton's night was like. Coming up on the Yes Network, stay tuned for the WB Mason postgame show with Bob Lorenz, Todd Frazier, and Adam Ottavino. Special thanks to producer Troy Benjamin, director Dan Barr, Mike Webb, and the executive producer is Jared Ames Boschnack. Join us again tomorrow for the finale against the Marlins here in the Bronx. Coverage begins at 1 p.m. on Yes, with first pitch coming shortly after 1:30. Once again, the final score, the New York Yankees 9 and the Miami Marlins 7. For David Cohn, Joe Girardi, and Meredith Marakovitz, I'm Michael Kay, saying see ya from Yankee Stadium in the Bronx, New York. Now let's go to Bob Lorenz, Todd Frazier, and Adam Ottavino, standing in our Yes Network studios with the postgame show.
And it is great to have you with us here on the WB Mason postgame. Bob Lorenz, Adam Ottavino, and Todd Frazier with you as the Yankees outlast the Marlins in Game 2, 9-7. And guys, as we get your Hyundai opening comments, it's like the first 7 games of the season, the script was great. It's like just shoot the movie. This one, it was like throw up the first 5 versions, put them in the trash can, rewrite. But Todd ultimately ends up in a 9-7 victory.
This game had every twist and turn possible here. You saw the Yankees, they came out slow. They got the walks, of course, but ultimately they couldn't find a way to get on base. Meyer was pitching well. Frustration in the beginning. A lot of mistakes. Guys couldn't figure out a way to get things in, and then boom, a hit here, an error there, and they found ways to do their thing. It was just back and forth battle. When you win, this happens all the time. You find ways to get the win, and ultimately Yankees came out on top.
Yeah, W is a W. This wasn't easy. This was a grind. This was a tough game. They're going to feel this tomorrow probably as well. But at the end of the day, they did break through. They were able to get the big hits. They were able to get on base. The Goldschmidt at bat was key. Yep. And Bednar he bent, but he did not break in the ninth. All right,
we're going to detail all of it. Let's jump into some of the key highlights that are brought to you by your local Ford stores. And we're going to start with the Marlins leading it 4-0. We'll go bottom of the 5th. The runner on first, Todd, and Cody Bellinger at the plate.
Yeah, they needed this one right here. Cody Bellinger coming up big. Got a slider that stayed up out over the plate. Looked like the Yankees were going to get blown out at this point, and Bellinger with a monster 2-run homer.
And then Adam will move on to the bottom of the 6th, and Trent Grisham get him one step closer.
Yeah, this was great. They were shifting him to the right side, expecting him to pull it, and then they go ahead and throw him a sinker away, so he just hits it where it's pitched, right through the hole. Gets him to run closer.
Got us quick keep stringing runs and hits together. The next batter, Todd, is Aaron Judge.
He had really good at-bats today and ultimately hit the ball hard and finally found a way to get this ball down the line. Got a tied game, and it was 1st and 3rd with 1 out. It just looks like Judge is clicking on all cylinders right now with the way he's swinging.
And then could they get the lead? And that question answered when Bellinger was up, Adam.
Yeah, this ball's not that deep to left as Trent Grisham goes to tag up, and he has an awkward slide at home, but kind of an unbelievable mid-slide adjustment to get the toe back down on the plate and give the Yankees the lead there.
All right, so it's a 5-4 Yankees lead now. They've wiped out the Marlins lead. Bottom of the 7th, he stole a base. He advanced. Giancarlo doing it all with his legs, and then the ball gets away from Agustin Ramirez, and it kicks far enough away for Stanton to score and pad the Yankees lead to 6-4. And they need every one of those runs at him because top of the 8th, the Marlins tie it up.
Yeah, Javier Sano has really been a thorn in the side. He got a backup slider there from Doval, drills it down the line, 2-run double. Game's all back tied up. As Todd said, this game had a bit of everything in it.
So we get to our turning point of the game, brought to you by Montefiore Einstein, the official hospital of the New York Yankees, when Stanton would come up big again in the bottom of the 8th, Todd.
He just looks comfortable ever since spring training. A huge knock rate up the middle. Absolute gem of an at-bat. He saw some really good pitches and finally found his way to get a knock there to give the Yankees the lead for good.
So that makes it 8-6. Finally, they'd get 9 runs on the board. Marlins got one back in the 9th, but with the bases loaded, David Bednar locks it in against Griffin Conine. to strike out. So 3 hours and 49 minutes of baseball, and the Yankees prevail 9-7. Your optimum player of the game, Giancarlo Stanton, in 7 games this season, batting .393 with 3 extra base hits and 6 runs batted in. He was on base 4 times tonight. Right after the game was over, Meredith Marakovits caught up with Big G on the field.
Giancarlo, a little bit of a wild one here in the Bronx, but ultimately you guys came through with the win. Take me through your approach there in that 8th inning.
Yeah, it's fun back and forth game, fun game overall. Just try to get the barrel to be on time. Put it in play was most important there.
Hey, you look at the 7th inning, you steal a base, you wind up scoring on a pass ball. Is that just an indication that you're feeling pretty good physically?
If they're going to give it to me, go get it, and ended up scoring, so good for us.
Seemed like the dugout loved it when you came back, too.
That's right. It's all part of it.
Hey, look at that 6th inning. You guys did some damage there as well. What did you think of the overall at-bat quality?
It's unreal. Just keep passing the baton, getting hits, putting the ball in play, having good at-bats, making it tough on them, and that results in wins.
Talk about passing the baton. You guys had double-digit walks again tonight. What does that say about the patience that this offense has?
It's big time. It's trust. It's trust in ourselves and trust that the next guy will do it if we don't. So it's very important and results to big wins.
Giancarlo, congratulations on the win.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Send it back to you.
Meredith, thank you. In our 7th inning cutting, you talked about the patience of this team after that slow start. Todd, you did at the start of the show as well. And then taking advantage of mistakes that the Marlins made, whether it was errors, whether it was walks. They had 10 more walks tonight, Adam.
Yeah, and there were some crucial ones. I mean, the Goldschmidt pinch hit at bat where he drew the walk to lead off the inning really set the Yankees up for success. And when they were eventually starting to turn the tide into those takes, equaling out to runs, I thought, yeah, it just really paid off. It took a little while, but it did really pay off.
Like you said, I was going to say it took a little while, but when they needed that big hit, they got it. And big walks. I mean, you talk about a pitcher appearance from Goldschmidt. That was a huge at-bat. Get a guy on. Caballero gets hit by a pitch. We don't talk about that. The wheels kept on spinning. It just took a little while to get going.
One of the things that has not been part of the script is struggles of the bullpen. By and large, everybody's been pretty good. But tonight, Camilo Doval struggled, allowed the Marlins to get back in the game and tie it up. What were you seeing from him tonight, Adam?
Yeah, just inconsistent with his release point. Got into a couple deep counts. Had to come over the middle on 3-2 twice there. Credit to the Marlins hitters. Hit some balls hard, put some balls in play. I think sometimes when you're going to see Doval struggle, it's that has a hard time getting swing and miss. It's not really his game. He needs some balls hit at people, and today they weren't.
On the pregame, we had a breakdown segment where you mentioned that Bednar would be in a save situation after throwing 40 pitches a few games ago. He had some more heavy lifting tonight, Todd, but he got the job done.
Got it done, and you saw right when he got in, he got a ground ball that he needed. Jazz Chisholm, head was down, did not get the ball and field it as quickly as he can. Understandably, as you're a defender, you got to know who's running, got to know who's up at the plate. That could have been very bad for the Yankees, but again, you think about what Jazz did, 0 for 5. Did he take it on the field? Not necessarily. Just have to get that done for a guy, especially who's throwing a lot of pitches in your closer.
All right, guys, we're going to take our first break here on the WB Mason postgame. A lot more coming up. Aaron Boone right around the corner talking about another Yankees win. This one, again, a very different script to get the W. Stick around.
The Yankees postgame show on Yes is presented by WB Mason. Count on who but WB Mason for next day free business delivery of Blizzard spring water. The Yankees postgame show on Yes is brought to you in part by your local Kia dealers. Visit kia.com to discover movement that inspires.
Great to have you back on the postgame. Yankees get the win tonight, 9-7. A lot of work, 3 hours and 49 minutes worth of it. And they were actually out-hit by the Marlins 15-6. Yankees going just 3 for 13 with runners in scoring position, left 9 men on base. But as Adam said, sometimes it's not pretty, but a W is a W, and they got it tonight. Let's hear from Aaron Boone about that in the Manager's Report, brought to you by Toyota.
Aaron, a lot of walks tonight. Again, big hits by Bellinger and by Stanton. Just overall, what have you thought of this offense and the way they grind?
Yeah, I mean, tonight embodied that, kind of a cold, windy, behind early, and the quality of at bat just never went away. And, it's, as I say, it's a scoring competition, not a hit competition. So however it comes, it's about putting points on the board. And credit to everyone. It seems like everyone had a big at bat tonight in some way, shape, or form. To allow us to score a bunch of runs, which obviously tonight we needed.
Meyer really kept you guys quiet early on. How big did that Bellinger home run feel when you broke through there?
Yeah, because it had that kind of, they were out to that 4-0, and it just thought Meyer was throwing the ball well, and then all of a sudden you get that shot in the arm there. It's like, all right, we're right back in this game now, and the quality of the bat continued to follow that.
Bednar ultimately got the job done there, and I think he went through a ton of pitches again. How do you get him to be a bit more efficient?
Well, I mean, put a bunch of balls on the ground. We got to handle the first out there. And then they found some holes with some ground balls. So I thought he threw the ball really well, and hopefully, if he continues to do that, it'll lead to more efficient innings.
Susan.
Can you talk a little bit about Stanton and him sort of creating his own run there?
Awesome. That's just, we saw him go behind, and he was aware of it, trusted his kind of his secondary and how to do that, and executed. It was really good job by him of just, in those situations, like, you actually slow it down a little bit too, and he did that. He made sure, like, okay, he's behind me here. I can't just take off. I gotta kind of move into this a little bit. I thought he executed it perfectly.
Brian and Chris.
You mentioned the ball to Jazz and the not getting there. What was your view of that? Does he need to get that out of his club?
Yeah, it's just kind of laid back on it. Credit to Lopez, was getting down the line in a hurry. Probably figured he had plenty of time, but when he's got to close on, and obviously we got to make that one.
Chris.
Is that something you have to address with him?
We'll see.
And then with the ball, what have you seen out of him?
Yeah. The last couple times, just some good left-handed hitters have got to him. He's got the weapons though to put away lefties. Looks like he's just been behind a couple of counts. Some longer at bats where they've put the ball in play to that pull side for those lefties. So it's just being a little sharper with his command. Feel like he's throwing the ball pretty well, but just getting a little sharper with the command, especially against the lefties, and getting his cutter to where he wants to.
Gary.
We saw Stanton also take a base on a wild pitch in the Seattle series. I think it's obviously not going to be running wild all the time. Just what does that say about where his legs are at right now, and that he's comfortable doing that?
Yeah, I mean, he's doing what he can, and he's worked hard to put himself into position to be able to do those kind of things.
Right behind you, Gary. Thank you.
And then with Stanton again, just that at bat, he obviously fouled off a couple pitches. What'd you make of that bat where he had that single?
Yeah, just really a quality at bat. A lot of secondary, a lot of change-ups early in the account, and then the 2-2, he's able to fight off two good fastballs that Bender threw him, and then got him back to a secondary where he's able to ride it up the middle a little bit. And Giancarlo and Aaron both hit those balls on the ground sometimes where you can almost see the fielder feels like they have a bead on it, but it's just off their bat, it's just a little harder than they anticipate sometimes. And it really got on them and able to get up the middle. But a huge at bat, quality at bat, obviously in a very big spot.
Meredith and Bob.
Aaron, it seems like a lifetime ago, but early on, what did you think of Weathers?
Yeah, I mean, I thought he threw the ball well. Obviously a lot of deep counts, so pitch count was up. They didn't really hit him hard, other than the Hernandez double to right center. Other than that, it was just kind of, dork swinging bunt. Like, I thought he managed contact really well, but at the same time, had a walk in there that hurt him, and then just a lot of deep counts with guys to where the pitch count got up there pretty high. But overall, I thought he threw the ball okay, and just hopefully get him a little more efficient and a little more settled here as we go.
Bob. Okay.
Yeah.
Anybody else? Thank you.
Yes.
All right, so one of the twists and turns of this game was the Yankees being a little flat early, down 4-0. And Adam, what's the mindset there, knowing that things aren't going your way, and all of a sudden one of your big sluggers comes up with a big home run and just kind of changes the perspective?
I think the guys were staying with the process. They really were trying to get Meyer in the strike zone. Problem is he was throwing great pitches within the strike zone. His slider was incredible today. Bellinger, I thought, did a great job taking advantage of the one mistake he did get when he hit that two-run home run. It was kind of an up-in cement mixer slider. Took that ball out of the park right here. And that got the boys energized. They're right back in it after this swing, and that changed the entire momentum of this game.
Yeah, and I think the focal point was getting pitches and getting pitches in the strike zone. And when they got the pitches they wanted in the strike zone, guess what? They didn't miss it. You saw Trent Grisham hit the ground ball to the right side. You saw Aaron Judge hit the ground ball to the opposite field, too, as well. And then you got Stanton at the end coming up clutch. You saw a lot of pitches. It was only a matter of time for him. It just seems like every time this guy gets up in Giancarlo Stanton, he finds a way to do big things, and it happened in the biggest moment at the end of the game.
But what did you see in that at-bat? Because you talked about the at-bat itself, but what did you see on the ground ball? Because that didn't have the exit velo like the 115, the shortstop can't get it. It was about 91 off the bat, but it just looked like it stayed down and skidded through.
Well, sometimes hitting in the right place, too, helps. Yeah. So they had to shift on a little bit, and as a shortstop, you're way over. But ultimately, for him, he fouled a couple pitches off. Every pitch he took today, it seemed like he knew it was coming, even though he probably didn't. He seemed comfortable, he seemed excited, and he seemed like it was his time. And I think for him, he's like a fine wine right now. The older he's getting, the better off he's going to be.
And stealing bases, too.
Well, you can see him controlling the game with his mind, not only in the box, but he's aware of the situation when he's on base as well. I mean, they're going to give him the freebie. He's going to take it.
All right, we got to take a break, but we're going to have more on Giancarlo Stanton coming up. Everything he did on the field today, a stolen base, moving over to third, coming home on a pass ball, everything working, standing the Yankees' way in the end as they win it 9-7. Stick around.
The Yankees post-game show on Yes is brought to you in part by Audi. Experience the all-new Audi Q3 at your local tri-state Audi dealer. The Yankees post-game show on Yes is brought to you in part by FanDuel Casino. Get your thrill on.
Giancarlo Stanton did for Yankees fans that are thrills of the game, brought to you by FanDuel Casino. And let's start by Adam, just smart baseball here with this stolen base.
Sometimes when you never go, you become kind of invisible on the base paths. And I think the Marlins forgot about him. They forgot that he was there, and he took advantage of that.
And they kind of played off him as well, so they didn't really hold him to the base. He gets over to third base, and then this one gets away, Todd, and he's off to the races.
Take your time. That's all he needed to do. He put the pressure on. Ramirez didn't know what happened there. Boom. It just looked so easy for him today on the base path. How about that, Bob?
And then one more time in the eighth, and Adam, there's that ball. It just skitters through to the outfield.
Yeah, it looked like it stayed down on Otto Lopez there a little bit, gets into the outfield. Obviously, as Booney talked about as well, his ground balls are a little bit different than other guys. But, man, he's staying to the big part of the field. He's balanced in the box. It's beautiful to have him healthy and clicking from the beginning of the season.
Memorable moments presented by Prevagen, made for your brain. His first stolen base tonight since 2024 in the division series at the Royals. First regular season stolen base since August of 2020 against the Phillies. And, of course, he scored on the pass ball. Here's more with Giancarlo with the media.
Days where it feels like you're not having to rely on home runs or scoring in different ways.
Just trusting ourselves, having good at-bats regardless, and not chasing too much. Even Jazz there trying to drop a bunt down to get us going. It didn't result in a hit, but that's the type of stuff we need. That's what gets us going on a day like today. So, but you keep pushing, keep having good at-bats, and we got 27 outs.
What did the Bellinger home run do for you guys on a night where Meyer was looking pretty effective early?
gave us that spark. It was the spark we needed, and turned us on a little bit. So we started getting on base a lot more from there, and putting the pressure on.
What was your last Ricky Henderson impression on the bases?
About 30 minutes ago, or whenever it was.
John Collar, you guys were down 4 runs early. Where does the resilience of this team to fight back come from?
If there's outs on the board, we got a chance. We a lot of capable guys, 1 through 9, and even off the bench. And it took more than 1 through 9 today, so that just shows our resilience.
John Carlos, how good do your legs feel right now at the start of the season?
I'm out there playing, so we're good.
How you feel when you're stealing bases like it tonight?
If they're going to give it to me like that, I got to go get it. Especially put me in the opportunity to score right there with I think it was 2 outs. Either way, opportunity to score. So
you guys have talked about being more aggressive on the base paths overall this year. Is that something that you took to heart as well?
I'm going to take what they give me and understand where I'm at each day and put us in a good opportunity to win if so.
What did you see in that at bat? First Peterson, where he had the single, kind of fouled off a couple pitches and fighting through to get you guys a lead.
Yeah, he gave me his whole arsenal, so just wanted to stay back and make him play defense. It's not ideal conditions out there, so as long as I put the ball in play, it's important.
Did you think that was going to get through the infield?
I hit it okay. So yeah, that's just one of those you like to hop when it's in your favor.
You just mentioned the not being ideal conditions tonight. It was cold, and you've had a history of leg problems. Was there any trepidation on your part to steal when it's not warm and middle of summer, which are obviously better conditions for that kind of burst?
I'm gonna go get them when I can to put us in a good opportunity to win.
So Giancarlo Stanton, very realistic. He knows what his body's saying to him, what his legs are saying to him, and when he can take advantage. And it's probably not going to happen a ton this season, Todd, but the fact that he basically created a run in that 7th inning all by himself speaks volumes.
He's a smart man, as we know. He's very conscious of what he says and what he's doing. He feels healthy right now. You saw some of the comments, too. A little witty. When you're winning games, you can have a little fun with the media, too. But, again, it goes to show you right now where they're at. He's taking chances right now, which is great. The season just started. I would say, hey, just be cautious just a little bit. We understand where you're at and where you can be. Great for them. They're winning the games. And if you look back right now on these games, these are big wins for this Yankee team. You could look back on a season and look back and be like, we should have won that game, or we should have swept that team. So tomorrow is actually a big game. Tonight was huge, and maybe they'll find a way to sweep this team tomorrow.
Yeah, they're playing great baseball. Even today, I think it was a little bit of a sloppy game. They still find a way to win. One thing about Stanton that's really standing out to me right now is there's been times in his career where he is a little bit all or nothing at the plate. He's speaking about putting the ball in play, and he's finding a way to execute that and do that, and he's getting good results out of it.
Let me ask you this question. Stanton, right now, as a pitcher, how are you going to throw to him right now when he's spitting on it, meaning he's taking all these pitches right now? How do you get this guy out?
I think you got to pitch him inside. He seems too comfortable at the plate right now, so that would be my option. Generally, that's not a great plan, but I think right now that makes sense.
Understood.
At least take a shot once in a while, right? Slow him down. We got to take a break. When we come back, we're going to hear from Ryan Weathers. He got the start today. Yanks went through a litany of pitchers to get to the finish line and a 9-7 win. We'll hear from Weathers and have a breakdown coming up next.
The Yankees post-game show on Yes is presented by your local Tri-State Genesis retailers. Learn more at genesis.com. The Yankees post-game show on Yes is brought to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. There's never been a better time to test drive that Hyundai you've always wanted. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today.
Well, this season, Yes, we'll have extended pregame coverage prior to select weekday games, and it all begins on Tuesday. Tune in at 5 o'clock for our new show, Yankees Rewind, and get a look back at the previous game highlights and hear from Aaron Boone's full pregame press conference. Then at 5:30, catch Yankees lineup presented by CarShield for an in-depth breakdown of that night's lineup. And at 6 o'clock, it's Audi batting practice today, followed by the FanDuel Yankees pregame leading up to the game against the Athletics at 7 p.m. Catch 2 full hours of pregame this Tuesday on Yes and the Gotham Sports app. Ryan Weathers making his second start, first at home, and this was kind of an uphill battle for him, Adam, all night, it seemed.
Yeah, nothing came easy in this game for Ryan. It's a tough start to evaluate overall, in my opinion, because he did some things well. He didn't get hit that hard. You know, this was the hardest hit ball of the night, this one shot by Hernandez here. Other than that, he did get nickeled and dimed a little bit with the contact, but at the same time, he wasn't as sharp as he would like to be, or as that he can be and that he will be going forward. He didn't really throw any of his off-speed pitches in the zone at the proper rates, and I think that gave the Marlins a better shot to put some of these balls in play.
Yeah, his first start against Seattle, he had 7 strikeouts, so there was more swing and miss stuff, Todd. Tonight, he didn't have that in third inning. Again, he was already at the 50-plus pitch count.
Yeah, and it's obviously he got a couple strikeouts, but at the same time, the ABS didn't help them out today either. The Marlins were absolutely ridiculously good with the ABS. They knew where every strike and every ball was, and that one right there turned out to be vital for them because then, like you said, Adam, they nickel and dime, found some holes, and had some big innings. And I know he only gave up 4 runs. That's huge because guess what? You still have an opportunity to hit a grand slam if needed or get a guy in. And, you know, it just seemed like his fastball was up today when he eventually threw it as many times he did, especially with 2 strikes at him.
That ABS overturn was a backbreaker for him. I mean, that cost him, like, I don't know, 12 extra pitches after that, and that basically ended his night early. So it can show you how the ABS can give you sometimes, and sometimes it can take away.
Took him 88 pitches to get through 3 2/3 pitching decisions presented by Sage. You see the problems he had with a 4-seamer, a triple, a couple walks. He did strike out 3 of the 4 batters. And then again, just not as much of a mix of some of the other pitches in terms of effectiveness, as Adam mentioned. Let's hear from Weathers about his outing in our Genesis Sounds of the Game.
Did it feel like a grind for you, the way they really made you work out there today?
For sure. You know, I felt like I had really good stuff tonight. Just kind of fell behind some counts. Gave up still a lot of weak contact. Obviously the triple, hurt, just threw 170 fastballs in that situation. But yeah, grinded it out and knew if I kept it somewhat close at this offense that we can win the ball game.
Were you irritated by the elevated pitch count and not being able to maybe go a little bit deeper?
Oh, I mean, for sure. I mean, it's definitely frustrating as a starter when you're 1-2 on over half the batters and it turns into 7 pitches and 8 pitches and 8 pitches. And, that's on me. I'm trying to punch guys out instead of pitching to contact.
I was going to ask you, how do you get more efficient out there?
Pitch contact.
With the cold, with the wind, is it tough to pitch out there?
I mean, I wish I had that for an excuse. No, I mean, it was super easy today. I was ahead in the counts and just couldn't put guys away.
You mentioned when you pitch to contact a little more. How do you kind of just flip that switch in your mind when you're out?
Just throw everything in the strike zone. Just truly trust my stuff over the plate. When I was over the plate tonight, I gave up a lot of weak contacts, some weak hits. Those I have to live with them. I was making quality pitches and just got to continue to make quality pitches and keep the score in the game. So, like I said, the offense can win us a lot of ball games.
So Weather saying wants to pitch to contact, that works in theory, but on a night like tonight, got to be frustrating because in essence he did that, though he got some deeper counts and probably behind hitters that he didn't want to, but then you're seeing 70, 80 miles an hour off the bat and they're dropping in.
Yeah, but I mean, Ryan sees it. I mean, second batter of the game, 0-2 count, 4 straight balls, leads to the first base run of their game, kind of creates their initial rally against him. So I don't know. I mean, pitching to contact is a little bit of a lost art. Guys come in now and they just try to blow everybody away, and he has the stuff to do that. But he is right. He's got to get more balls over the plate, and eventually that stuff will go in his way.
And as a hitter, you're taught, find a way to get on base, and it doesn't matter how you do it, whether it's a line drive or a blooper. Otto Lopez in the first inning had a tough at bat. Could have gone either way, had a blooper. You couldn't throw it any better the way he placed it to right field. Big hit then by Ramirez to get the 2 runners in, and the wheels were spinning there. Over 30 pitches in the first inning. That just can't happen.
All right, that's going to do it for this edition of the WB Mason postgame. But keep it right here because the 3 of us will be back with more reaction from the stadium on Yankees Extra Innings Live next on Yes and the Gotham Sports app. Our postgame coverage continues on Yes and the Gotham Sports app with Extra Innings Live. David Bednar finally closing things out tonight with a strikeout of Griffin Conine. Marlins had men on base, but that was it. It preserves a 9-7 Yankees win as they've won the first 2 games of this series against the Marlins. Good to have you back, Bob, Adam, and Todd with you. So let's break down David Bednar and what happened in that 9th inning. Thought it would be a little easier than it actually was, and it began with a play that Todd should have been made. It was the ground ball to Jazz Chisholm Jr. at second.
Simple ground ball, field it, keep your eyes on the batter. You got to know who's running. Head was down, took his time. Yeah, unfortunately, he beat that one out. That's one that Jazz would have told you, listen, I should have made a better play.
All right, so Ryan McManus makes the right play here. He gets the throw to first, though a little low. Nice scoop by Ben Rice, but Bednar still in business with 1 out, and then he walks a batter.
Yeah, this was probably the one at-bat I wanted to quibble with that walk. Obviously, got to be in the strike zone there. After that, I thought the Marlins slapped some great at-bats on him, and then he really had to battle the rest of the way. He's wondering at what point will he get a 3-up, 3-down inning and just have it nice and easy. It's been a grind, not only in the regular season, but even going back to his WBC outings. He just hasn't had one outing that went smooth for him. And I think he's had good stuff the whole way, so it's kind of bizarre, and that should turn around shortly.
So it loads the bases there, and then Griffin Conine coming up. And again, this would end a night of 33 pitches for David Bednar. Again, a few nights ago, he threw 40. He was able to grind this one out and get the win. So Paul Blackburn gave up an unearned run. Doval gave up 2 runs, and then Bednar 1, but ultimately it didn't hurt him as he closes this out for his 4th save of the season. Let's hear from David Bednar about his 9th inning.
How'd you manage to grind through that and get out of that 9th inning?
Finding a way. I think just trusting what JC was putting down, and that was a heck of a game for the boys, and just wanted to close that one out.
How frustrating is an inning like that for you, where you're close to getting out of it, and then obviously things unfold?
Yeah, no, definitely very frustrating. But that's baseball. The balls are going to find holes, and sometimes you put yourself in those spots. But I think ultimately it's pretty black and white. Do you do the job or not? And just all about finding a way.
Overall, how do you feel about your stuff right now?
I felt really good about my stuff today. Obviously, got myself in a little bit of trouble, but being able to get out of it was big.
Surprised that Jazz wasn't able to get rid of that ball faster there to get the first out of the inning. That's baseball. He's going to pick me up plenty throughout this year, and he's really good over there. So no worries.
David, nothing about this win came easy for you guys. You had to fight for it. What does a win like this do for a team?
Oh, it's big. I think it just shows the grit of our ball club, and we got a lot of really talented group, and really tested us today, but we came out on top.
Still on base by Stanton, then the hit in the 8th inning.
Huge. You kidding me? I mean, just an ultimate team win all the way around.
What happened in your mind when you see some drama like that in the last inning?
It's just buckle up, find a way, no matter what.
Well, they did exactly that. You take a look at the bullpen budget. 6 relievers used tonight, including Blackburn throwing 28 pitches. Doval took 23, and then Bednar at 33. So, Adam, you'd think he'd be down again tomorrow. But what are you seeing from Bednar? You're right. He's going to have a 1-2-3 inning. He's going to make it look easy at times, but it's not right now.
I don't see any red flags, honestly. I think he's perfectly fine. Baseball's happening to him a little bit. That's part of the game. He is buckling down. He said, at the end of the day, am I getting the job done? And he is. And these innings will get better. This is part of it. Sometimes you got to grind.
Yeah, here's my problem. The only problem I have with this, they can't keep doing this. That's the only issue. They'll keep winning games. That's plenty fine. But you can't keep putting Bednar out there and having him throwing 30-plus pitches. It's the Cade Winquist show tomorrow. You got Max Fried on the mound. Guess what? That's the guy that'll be coming in. I know Bird is also available, but he better be ready tomorrow. Get to bed early, even though it's late.
Yeah, they love the fact that Fried's on the mound. Can give him some length. We got to take a break. We got more coming up. Stick around. We're going to hear from Cody Bellinger. Big 2-run shot. Got the Yanks right back in the game in this one, and they go on to the 9-7 win. Bellinger coming up next. Sunday afternoon on Yes, the Yankees and Marlins wrap up this 3-game set at the stadium. Coverage begins with the FanDuel Yankees pregame at 1 o'clock, and then first pitch will be shortly after 1:30 on Yes and the Gotham Sports app. Well, again, Cody Bellinger in this game having a big impact. And we go back to that home run, Todd, in the 5th inning and how it cut the lead in half.
Yeah, this was huge. It was huge for the Yankees. 4-0. It looked like the game was going to get out of hand. He came through. when he's going well, he's soft on his front foot, and his hands just come through so easily. It was the only hit he had, but it was the biggest one for the Yankees.
Well, they go 3 for 13 with runners in scoring position, but they got the job done despite having just the 6 hits compared to 15 for the Marlins. That's all that matters, the end result, a 9-7 win. And Bellinger had a big game with a walk and a 2-run home run, plus a sac fly. Let's hear from Bellinger with the media and Meredith.
So what do you think about the overall team win tonight? You guys really had to grind through it.
Yeah, that's a great win. Just wins come in many different ways, and that was just a well fought out game. And both teams kept punching each other back, and that's just a really good win right there.
Take me through your at bat there in that 5th inning. Meyer had kept you guys quiet throughout the first 4, and you were finally able to break through there.
Yeah, he pitched well. Going into the game, we knew he had really good stuff, and he knew how to pitch, and he was kind of a competitor on the mound. So, ultimately we just stuck to our plan, and we put together some good at bats. We were getting some guys on the bases early on, just couldn't come through. So, just trying to stay within myself there. Judgy had a great at bat, working the count, hitting a single up the middle, and then for me, I just try to continue to keep the momentum going.
What is your reaction when Giancarlo takes off for second?
That was good. Boys were fired up, and that was a huge extra run there, obviously, and he's just playing really well, and it's really good to see.
How would you describe the mentality of this offense as a whole? 2nd straight game where you guys had double-digit walks, multiple guys with big hits.
Yeah, we believe in each other. We think that we're a really good team, and the depth is good, and we got a lot of really, really good players on this team, and we just got to keep on rolling.
Well, they'll try and do that with a sweep on Sunday, and when we come back, we're going to talk about the guy taking the mound in that game, Max Fried, so stick around. Let's look ahead to Sunday's series finale. The probables come your way courtesy of Nissan. It's going to be the right-hander Chris Paddock going for the Marlins, coming off giving up 8 hits in 4 innings and a loss to the White Sox. Meantime, Max Fried has not given up a single run so far in 2 starts. He's looked every bit an ace, and in fact, how about this? 6 or more innings and no runs allowed in the first 2 games for the Yankees in a single season all time. You have to go back to 1967 with Mel Stottlemyre the last time that's happened. But Fried is doing it now. So, Adam, you couldn't have a better guy on the mound going for a 3-game sweep.
Yeah, hard to critique a guy who's given up 0 runs on the season. 2 starts in, keep it rolling, make it 3 in a row, get the sweep, and move on from there.
Last time you did that, high school, Little League?
Yeah, probably.
No, he's been fantastic. This is the guy you want on your squad. This is the guy that's coming up clutch. No Garrett Cole, no Rodon. He's the #1 right now, and he's proven it, too.
So here's what's fascinating, too. You mentioned this earlier. A game like this, the guys could be feeling it a little bit tomorrow. But they talked about this as a team. You got to close out these series. Don't be happy with 2 or 3. Find a way to get it done the next day. So it'll be interesting to see their focus tomorrow.
Well, hopefully Max has already, been sleeping for a few hours already. Hopefully he left a little bit early, got himself some rest, because he's the most important component for tomorrow. Fried to hopefully win quest, huh? That's the plan.
That is the plan. Last 2 games, 6 hits for the Yankees. They need to get a little bit more going in the hit department, but if they keep winning, it really doesn't matter.
And if Fried keeps throwing up zeros as well. Well, there were a lot of runs on the board today. 9 for the Yankees, 7 for the Marlins, and it's another Yankees win. So they'll go for the sweep on Sunday. We look forward to seeing you starting at 1 o'clock with the pregame. First pitch a little after 1:30. Until then, take care.